Hey guys, what up? What up? Oh my lord, I thought we were robbed. I couldn't find my purse. Uh, because I had my headphones in there from the trip. And I'm like, where's my purse? Thought I had it downstairs on the chair. My mom's like, let me check the cameras. Did somebody come in and take it? I'm like, I don't see somebody just coming in and taking my purse with us being here. I guess it could happen. And it was up, I must have brought it up here this whole time. But I got it. So no worries, everybody. Not that you were worried. Anyway, new case time. This is a horrific case time, no. But you know what? Um, hold on. Um, I was at the hospital waiting to see Noah when this case they were having the press conference. My new nephew. I posted pictures if you guys want to see him. But anyway, my mom's like, you ever cover something like that? And I look up because I'm all like anxious to see Noah, and I see it up on the screen like 16 kids in one home. What? It's like, is this local? Because it seemed like it was like local. I'm like, yeah, I think it's local. And we looked it up, and it was like near Columbus. Um, I think it was near Columbus in Vinton County. I'm thinking it was when I looked it up. But anyway, and I was like, huh, I'll have to look into it. Holy mackerel, guys. I've been watching a bunch of stuff um the last couple days and gathering some stuff, watching some stuff, going on Facebook, just checking out some stuff to cover it. Um Anxious to hear, what really, if there's more to the story than what we know. There's a lot of the Joey, which we're gonna go over his live stream. Hold on, now I'm looking up where Vinton County is. If it's near Columbus, I swear when I looked it up because I was in Columbus that it was somewhere close. But let me just see, because then as I said it, I'm like, wait, did I remember that right? Um, it's an hour and 15 minutes from Columbus. Okay, so that's not. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I would consider it nearer. It's like how Cleveland is to us. And if I would always say like, oh yeah, Cleveland's close to us because it's like an hour away. So yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Hey, Tracy. Zeke's right here on the side. That's why I have the camera up. He's in here, but he's just choosing. Zeke, will you say hi to everybody? Will you sit up? Zeke, I'm kind of cautious because he fell. We took him with us and he fell, and I think he has a little bruise. And we're gonna try to call the vet and see if, but I don't know. Right after it happened, like when I try to like pick him up, he like, you could tell it was hurting. That's why I was like cautious. He hasn't done it in a couple days, so I think he's okay. But I haven't really tried to pick him up. I think he's okay now. I think it was just a little bruise, so we're keeping an eye on it. But Mac, my brother's dog, kind of like tripped on him, and Zeke kind of like fell over like this. It was so sad. I was worried about him all week too. It's like, but he seems to be doing okay. But if for some reason I pick him up and he yelps, that's what people are like, why is he doing? That's why. But I don't think he didn't just there. And like I said, I haven't. He has it in a couple of days, so I think he's okay. I think he had a little bruise on his hip. It was the hip that was bothering him. Hi babies. Oh, I love you. I hope he's okay. I worry about him. Anyway, hi Steph. I've been out of town. I have too. I just got back like what, couple days ago. Not yesterday, but the day before. Um, it is Unreal Madonna. Hey, DB Bentley. All right. I missed you guys. I missed you guys. Yeah, I hope he's okay. He seems to be, but of course, I'm always worried about him. Wait, it was that side. Yeah, I think he's okay because that side, like before when I would touch it, he like, look at me and you could tell it was bothering him. And I think he's okay. I think you're okay, babies. Okay, so let's get into this. Let me get my earphones on. How many of you guys have seen the brothers live stream on TikTok? Unfortunately, you know how TikTok doesn't save, it doesn't upload. So unfortunately, there's my boy. There's my bubba boy, baby boy. Oh, do you guys like? Shall I put? Oh, guess what? I'm allowed. Remember, I've been complaining about the vertical compared to the thing where if you change one, you can't. It changes both. You can't do them separately. StreamYard updated it. They read my mind. They probably had other requests. So you could do each one separately. Do you guys like this or this better for just me and him? Because I don't know how. Let me see how it looks on the vertical. Um, how many? Tell me if you've put a one if you've seen if you saw the TikTok live stream that Joey Elizabeth's brother did yet last night, and put a two if not. I'm just curious how many people have seen it. I guess I should have asked another question first, but do that one first, and then I want to ask one more. Hold on, I want to see how it looks on vertical. 1 second, guys. Uh, well, let me put the other one on and see. The only thing the other one is it takes where the chat is. Well, either way, when I share my screen, I'm gonna when I share my screen, I'm gonna be doing the other one. But okay. Now here's another question. Put a one if you guys have been researching this case, and put a two if not. Like put a one if you know about the case, put a two if you're new to it and don't know anything. If you're wondering my face, because I heard my echo and I thought you guys were hearing an echo the whole time, but it connected to my phone. That's why I had that face. I'm like thinking, oh shoot. But we're all good. All right. Okay. So let me get start off. I'm not going to go right into the live because I want to just go over the basics and just go over everything, the order that I kind of learned about it, just so if people are kind of new to it, and then they'll know who Joey is and like understand it better. So let's just start off. Let me take a sip of my coffee. We will be doing that. So, but let's start off on some other things.
Those 16 children in Vinton County were living in, she's losing sleep. That's what one neighbor told us.
Oh, what I was saying is, did you see where I muted it where it looked like her face? Rewind it a little bit. It looked like her face was in the window because of the transition of where I paused it. That was so crazy. Okay.
Today, and these are the 4 adults who are facing child endangerment charges right now in the case. Tonight, live reporter Sarah Davis joins us from outside that home in Vinton County with reactions from neighbors. Neighbors really just cannot wrap their minds around the fact that they didn't know in some cases that children were even living in that home.
That's right, Amanda. The residents here in Hamden, Ohio, just cannot wrap their heads around this. We actually just spoke to a guy just a few minutes ago who was driving by, and we've seen so many people also driving by. He said he simply had to see it for himself because he just really cannot believe what happened here. The 16 kids, the alleged abuse, in the condition of this house behind me. I'm going to step out of the frame so you can see it a little bit better. But they also say this kind of thing just doesn't happen here ever. And we spoke with one woman who says shocking isn't even the right word for this situation. She told us she saw some of the children once at a yard sale and noticed that they were dirty.
It's just shocking. 16 kids in that kind of condition. This is going to last a long time, being shocked. It's not going to go away in a year. It's not going to go away in a couple of years. It's going to be long lasting. That's the truth.
Kessler told us that interaction has kept her upset and up at night. She's been losing sleep over this since it happened. And she hasn't stopped thinking about those 16 kids and her community that's going to be affected by this for years to come. And I can tell you, out of all the days we've been here, I can actually smell a little bit of an odor coming from the house, even from the street. And we also saw 2 cats earlier taking cover under one of the cars on the property, Amanda.
All right, Sarah Davis, thank you so much for your reporting. You can follow more on your local network.
So if you're new to this case, 16 kids, 1 room, they were all in. Now you'll learn, we'll go through how a lot of people are saying 21 kids, and I can't confirm that, but there's some things that people have been saying where I think I know where they're getting the 21 kids, which we'll go through all that. But when the cops went there, they went there for 4 indecency, basically a public indecency charge for Gary Sider Jr. And so it was a warrant, and that's when they found the kids. 16 kids in 1 room, not even a big room, of all ages. The oldest is 18, okay? So, yeah, we'll get into all the specifics. I'm just gonna play a couple news clips so people could kind of get a look at what's going on, and then I'm gonna go through some screenshots. All right, so let me go. Let's play. I think this is the one where here.
16 children living in what Ohio's Attorney General called some of the worst conditions he's ever seen. Candace Hare joins us live now with some new developments in this heartbreaking case. And Candace, heartbreaking to say the least.
That's exactly right, David. Good morning. And investigators say that the children in that home range from just 18 months old all the way to 18 years old. And they were living in conditions that Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described as deplorable. Most of the children all living in 1 room inside of that home. And several of those children were in need of immediate medical attention. Now, what we've learned from our sister station in Columbus, WBNS, is that the investigation began Tuesday evening when officers served a search warrant at the home in the village of Hamden that was not related to those children. But when they found them, they immediately took action. 16 children were removed and 4 family members were arrested. Investigators say 7 children are hospitalized in Columbus, including 2 who had to be flown to those hospitals. All 4 suspects were arraigned in court and remain in jail on 17 felony child endangerment charges, with bond set at $300,000 each. Attorney General Andy Wilson says the smell inside the home is still lingering with him, comparing the conditions to those in a third world country.
I've done these types of cases for a long time. I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio. And I've just never seen anything like I saw today with respect to those kids.
Now, in that news conference,
Okay. Now, somebody put together like a little chart here, so I don't no credit here. I don't know. It was on Facebook. There was this there was two different people that posted it and they look different each one. So I don't know who actually who did it, but whoever it did, good job for this. But let me pull this up real quick first. Okay, so let me just explain who everybody is in case if there could be some kind of new people that aren't familiar with everybody. Okay, so we have Elizabeth and Gary Jr. were married. And they were married since she was 15 and he was 18 when they got married. And since you have to be what, 16 or 18 to get married. I have to look that up, but she wasn't of age to get married. So all four parents signed off, which means his parents, these are his parents, Christina and Gary Siders Sr., and then her parents signed off. They basically signed so these two could get married because she was not old enough to get married. And they said she was just always pregnant. Now, supposedly it first came out that she was pregnant when she was 13 with another person and the rest are Gary's, and the first one was with another guy. I was just listening to her brother, Elizabeth's brother, Joey's live, and he said she was 14 when he did the math. So, regardless, it was before she married Gary, she had her first child, right? And then she had a set of twins that died. Okay. So that, and 16 were found alive when they found them. 2 died, so that's 18. Now, we're still not sure if that first one she had that was not with Gary, they don't think it was with Gary. Originally it was like, oh no, it wasn't with Gary, but if you listen to the live stream, he originally says no, and then he says, well, I don't know if it was with Gary, the brother, so I don't know. So that makes 19, maybe. And I want to tell you, I found a message that somebody says her oldest 3 are in foster care and she has her oldest 3. So that's where I think people are getting 21. I can't confirm that, but if that's true, then her oldest 3 weren't a part of the 16. Does that make sense? So that would be 16, 17, 18, 19. The 2 twins that died 2021. And that could be where people are getting 20 that she had 21 kids. She's 33 right now. Potentially may have had 21 kids, for sure had 18 kids, potentially 21 if this stuff's all get confirmed. How crazy is that? Okay, so Gary Siders Sr., they say he had a stroke. Somebody said he had a stroke. I don't know if that's been confirmed, but he's just not right mentally, which we'll watch some clips of their arraignment. Doesn't even know what the heck's going on, it seems like. Christine Siders, like I said, you could see, look, she's barefoot. But yeah, Christine, these are his parents, okay? Which we'll go through her parents, we'll go through all the family, but I just want to kind of just slowly go through everything. Okay, so the next thing when I want to show you this right here. So somebody put together this birth family timeline, which is amazing here, but it goes through all of them, and they have the initials because in some of the court documents it gives initials of everybody, I'm pretty sure. So that's where Siders would be their last name, but it'll show date of birth, how old they are now. So you could see date of birth. Well, let's see. So if she had, hold on a second. I want to do some, I want to see something. So if she's 33, I just want to see something real quick. 18. Wait, 26. 2008. That'd be that'd be 18. 5, 15. Yeah, that would make her 15. So that very well can be true, because if you do the math, this first one should be 15 when she had him, right? So supposedly they've been saying she was 13 or 14 when she had her first one. So that would make sense that that first one is not with them, right? That's not one of the 16, it looks like. I can't confirm it. We're just trying to figure out with the facts we have. But if she indeed had a kid when she was 13 or 14, that would be somebody that's not included in these kids, right? So maybe that's one of the kids that this lady says she has. The lady said she had 3 of the oldest in foster care. So did she have 3 kids before she got married? I don't know. But look at this. So 2008, May 30th, 2008 has CS. August 18th, 2009 has another one. March 13th, 2011 has another one. So 18, 16, 15, these are the ages of the kids. March 28th, 2012 has a 14-year-old now. Does that say May or I think it's May 8th, 2013, 13-year-old. Man, it's hard. September 2nd, 2014, 11-year-old. May 25th, 2016, a 10-year-old. I mean, you could see so these are the ages: 18, 16, 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, 8, 6, 5. She has 2 sets of twins right here. Her last couple were sets of twins. So in 2022, she had a pair of twins. And then, so she had 3 sets of twins in a row. How crazy. But the middle set died. And there's a comment, don't know if this has been confirmed, but there's a comment somewhere I have in my screenshots, and when we come to it, I'll point it out, that says that this set of twins that died, they were conjoined. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's, somebody had said that in a comment. They were conjoined and they passed away. Okay. And then had another set of twins 2 years old. Wait, hold on. 4 sets of twins. I'm sorry, 4 sets of twins. How crazy is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of twins, but one of the sets died, but 4 sets of twins in a row. How did that happen? And then they say date of birth, there's a maybe 19, date of birth unknown. There's a rumor that she's pregnant now. Not sure if that's true or not. Well, I guess we'll find out all that, but somebody had said in the comments they thought she was pregnant now, or something they said made it seem like she was pregnant now. I don't know. Like I said, no, 2 passed. Oh, you're saying 3. I don't know, Christina. Okay, so then we have, let's see if there's anything else that needs. We got the charges. We have 16 count. Does it say 16 counts of endangering children? Okay, so I wanted to show you that. I'll show you a couple other pics here. So let's go down. Here is 2 of them that are charged right now. This is Gary's parents, but they were living in that house. Okay. This is kind of an older picture. I mean, I don't know how much older. As you could see what they look like now when they were arrested by their mugshot. I'll show you again. Where's their mugshot? So you could kind of see it's these 2 right here. He looks a lot better here than he did here. But it doesn't look like this is that old of a picture up here. But look, do you see how, like, look, this is a picture supposedly when she was 15. That's Elizabeth, supposedly. It is Elizabeth, but why I'm saying supposedly is because I don't know if that was when that was her age, but it's going around that this picture is when she was 15, which probably makes sense. I mean, I think, yeah, that would make sense maybe. Look how different. Look how much healthier she looks here. Look how red her eyes are, dude. Like that. this case is crazy. And here's a couple other pictures of her when she was younger. Which way? I'll go right here. That's her. There's not many, but I'm sure more will come out. That's her when she was younger. Here is this thing that was in a comment. Like I don't know if it's legit, but about this person raising her oldest three. Okay, so you could see somebody says, how could she have so many sets of twins? That's really unusual. And this person says, Hannah, I have her three oldest daughters. I'm a foster parent. Mom is 33-ish and currently pregnant with a baby girl. The girls have told me that mom has had 5 sets of twins, and 1 set died as they were conjoined. All the kids are full sibs, so full siblings. You know what I was just thinking of? I'm an idiot. I'm a really idiot. She probably just means she has the 3 oldest now after they all I don't know. Would they have fostered them out that quick? I just thought of that. Originally, I thought she meant she had them from before. But now I'm like, oh, she probably just has them right now when they took them in. That's probably what she meant. So I apologize. I don't know what she means. But anyway, so I'm a foster parent. Mom is 33-ish and currently pregnant with a baby girl. So I don't know. Is that for real? Is she really pregnant right now? Did anybody else see anything? Okay, so that's probably what it is. But it says the girls have told me that mom has had 5 sets of twins. So that's crazy. Like the 3 oldest, which I'm guessing she means all 3 of the oldest are girls then maybe. Told her she has 5 sets of 5 sets of twins. I just wonder what they're telling this person that's fostering him. I mean, can you imagine like, or are they scared to say anything yet? I mean, who knows what went on in that? Anyway, she's saying all the kids are full siblings, and somebody says, and y'all knew nothing was up. Somebody says, did she birth any of these kids at the hospital? Well, they don't answer, so this person's just, I mean, I have those questions too. Did she birth any of them at the hospital? Do they have birth certificates and social security cards? Have any of them ever gone to school? First, find it astonishing that anyone knew these poor babies existed. Thank God at least her oldest 3 were able to get out of that hell. The 3 older girls probably have siblings. They have never met them, I'm guessing. When they lost custody of the oldest girl. See, even this person is thinking what I was thinking originally, that she had fostered him from before. So I'm not that, I guess other people think that too. So I don't know. Because this person's like, oh, she probably has siblings she never met when they lost custody of the girls. But I'm thinking now it's recent. She had to have been pregnant already, right? And the CPS allowed them to have custody. I'm sorry, I have so many questions. I do, now that I'm really thinking about this, and the fact that she says she's currently pregnant does make me think that they were just fostered. It means it's current, because it's probably the oldest girls telling them that, like, oh yeah, my mom's pregnant now. Because how else would they know that? You know, how else would she know that? That's crazy, dude. Oh my God, these poor kids. Okay, so then we have, yeah, I'm gonna go through some more screenshots. I'm gonna take these out for a minute so I could not be screaming. I feel like I scream when I have those in. Might as well just go through all these now. Okay, so here's another screenshot of the 2 that are charged. They were living in the house, so there's 4 of them. Like I said, these 2, their son and their daughter-in-law, which I do believe that Elizabeth was probably a victim too, in a way. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. People were like saying they think it was Gary Jr. that was really the culprit. So look at this. And people pointed this out, which we'll watch some of this in a little bit. So their arraignment, people pointed out how, look at those. It looks like she a restraint, right? Look. And you know, you could say, well, that's handcuffs. The handcuffs would have been around her wrist. They wouldn't have put handcuffs way up on her arm like that, right? If she had bruises because the handcuffs, it'd be right here. Even if, I mean, I don't even know if she would have bruises because the handcuffs, but they would be around her wrist. So yeah, it says, you see those marks on her wrists? Even though it's not her wrist, it's up here. Could they have been keeping her restrained? Okay. And then we have, I'm going to read this to you guys. Renee, the internet is forever, posted it. It says authorities have said the 18-year-old rescued from the Hamden, Ohio home was developmentally disabled and unable to read, write, or communicate clearly. Since then, messages believed to be between her and her online ex-boyfriend have surfaced, which we will go through. So who they're talking about now is Chloe Siders, which is the 18-year-old, is the oldest daughter. Because you know how there's the media is saying like they all can't read or write, a lot of them can't talk and all this stuff. So they're saying that that's not true. And then they had gotten in touch with one of Chloe's ex-boyfriends that sent them text messages between him and her in a quick little voice thing where she says her name or she says hi or something, which we'll play in a minute. Let me read this first. So it says, since then, messages believed to be between her and her online and ex-boyfriend have surfaced, raising new questions about the picture many people had after the initial press conference. Like I said, I'm talking about one of the kids, the oldest daughter. Elizabeth Siders' brother, Joey, has also spoken out publicly, saying he wants the truth to come out about his nieces and nephews. He shared these messages and believes they're important for people to see as more information continues to emerge. In this video, I go over some of the messages that Joey had to say and why I think they're a part of the broader conversation surrounding this heartbreaking case. As always, these messages are one piece of information in an ongoing investigation. I'm sharing them to provide additional context. What do you think after seeing Joey's post messages? Okay. I don't think that's the one I wanted to. Oh well. We'll just go to the text now. I wasn't going to do the text right this second, but let's do them. I read the wrong ones. I didn't read the wrong ones, but I was going to not get to these yet, but we'll just do them now. Okay, so let's do it. I just wanted to show you who posted these, and then now we'll show you the text here. All right. So Joey, Elizabeth's brother, says, I thought my nieces couldn't read or write. These are messages between her and her ex-boyfriend. He says they had to break up because of her neighbor, Mike, which I don't know what that means. He sent proof of everything. The lies need to stop. The speculation needs to stop. Clearly, the neighbors knew. Clearly, she could read, write, and speak. We just want the damn truth. Praying day and night for my nieces. Okay, so then let's read these text messages. So it's got some more proof. Okay, so let's do now this I'm not even sure. This one I'm confused about. So let me start off with the ones I understand. Because there's some I'm like, what the heck? I think it starts here. Okay. So they say she can speak clearly. You have it where I can hear her. And somebody says, you have it to where I can hear her. Can you send me the voice? And they say it's on Instagram. Can you add me on Insta so I can share it? I don't have Instagram. Okay. So let me read the text first because I'm gonna have to reshare my audio for the audio, and then I'll do the voice real quick. The voice is just a 2-second thing. It says, got some more proof. She can speak clearly. All right, so let's read the messages. So these are supposedly messages from Chloe, the oldest, the 18-year-old, and her ex-boyfriend. Okay, so she's this one, the purple, right? Says, they say, Chewy, is that you? She says, yes. What happened to your previous account? I don't know. Someone got into it and took it off. Worst part, I lost my password. He says, damn. And she says, I know, right? Sorry, a lot of these are kind of doubles because it was a video where the person was scrolling up and down, back up and down to show proof. So I had to go in there and try to screenshot and like catch each frame because it was hard because they were going up and down. So that's why some of them there's doubles here. Okay. She says people are so weird with the crying face. And he says, for real, but who got your account? And she says, I don't know. I asked my dad and he doesn't know either. So if this is indeed really her dad would be Gary Siders Jr. So she's saying that she asked her dad and he doesn't know either. And then that person does the crying face. And and this person asks, her ex-boyfriend says, what are you doing? She says, nothing right now. I'm trying to fix my account. So what Joey's trying to prove is that there's lies going around because he's like, look, they say she can't read or write. She's communicating fine. Like I said, I can't confirm this is legit, but the brother's the one sharing this. If this is her, she's writing fine. I mean, if that's her. So she says, I'm trying to fix my account. He says, oh, and she says, yes. And he says, I hope you get it soon. She says, thank you. And he does the heart hands. And she says, what are you doing? He says, no, nothing much. Okay. And then he says, walking right now, and sends her a video. And she says, oh, nice. And then she says, he does the heart hands with a bow. And she says, I love you with the heart hands. He says, I love you too. And she says, I love you more. And he says, forever. And she does the heart hands with hearts. And they just do a bunch of emojis, little heart stuff. And then she says, be careful on your walk, babe. And he says, I'm at home right now. Yeah, this is supposedly one of the victims, the oldest daughter and her boyfriend, supposedly, or ex. They're not together. They weren't together still, but and then when she says, be careful on your walk, he says, I'm at home right now, and sends another video and says, this area is just 2 minutes away. She says, oh, okay, with heart hands and hearts. Like I said, okay, just a bunch of emojis. I think that's, oh yeah, there's more. Okay. Just a bunch of little cute emojis. And then he says, sorry, by mistake. I'm sure it's my mistake. Oh, and you could get a date. This is date right here, January 25th. Or sorry, January 2025. So at 5:42 p.m. So it's, not that long ago. I mean, I guess over a year ago. Anyway, he says, sorry by mistake. She says, what are you doing? He says, I'm on my bed. She says, ooh. And he says, getting bored. And you could see this January 2025. So it's the same. Yeah. He says, getting bored. She says, same. Then he says, what are you doing? She says, just got back in my room, LOL, sitting. And he says, oh. She says, and texting you. And he says, I changed my keyboard theme. And she says, oh, for real? Question mark. And then he shows a picture of a screenshot, I guess, of the keyboard theme. You could see right here. And he says, how is it? She says, oh, it's cute. He gives her heart hands. She gives heart hands back. She says, I love you. And he says, I love you too. She says, I love you more. And he sends that little emoji. And she says, oh, he sends this emoji and emoji. He says, I think I should keep my phone on side. She says, oh, for real? He says, let me show you sometime. And she says, oh, okay. And he shows her his usage, his data usage. And he says, for real, I don't use internet like this before. And she says, for real. He says, I had limited data on previous SIM card. She says, do you like this one better? And he says, yes. She says, it's amazing. And he says, he does the heart hands. And he says, oh, wait. And then he sends these two hugging. And he says, something is wrong with this. She says, a little hee hee. I think he's talking about these because it is. It's like, what is going on? Like, something's wrong with those emojis. She says, a little hee hee. And then he sends this and she sends that. And he sends a kissing face. And you can see it's sent Thursday, January 9th, 2025 at 5:58 a.m. or p.m. Sorry. So that's all the text, but let me see if the other one had a date when they first started. Hold on, I'm just curious now. I didn't even, yeah, January 9th, 2025. So you could see this was a little over a year ago. She was chatting with her boyfriend at the time, right? Okay. So let's watch a couple more videos. And I have some more screenshots. Oh, wait, let's show some screenshots of the house. So we have, this is the house. There's a few where you can see. So that was, oh, well, no, that was the daughter. That's right. Never mind. You can see stuff piled up right here. Look at all that. But there's some you could see inside the window. There's some pictures going around that are supposedly the inside of the house, but I can't confirm. And I've been seeing so much fake stuff of people posting different case pictures and videos that aren't even this case. So I'm leery. There's some I know for sure, like these ones I know for sure are the house that are in the pictures. Like this is because it came from a news source and you could see, you know, where they were zooming in and stuff. But I'll show you the ones I'm not sure of. This is for sure it. So you can see the boxes. That's all. A cat. Inside their window, it's piled up. Got some rice. Is that what that is? Or wait. I don't even know. Bug spray. Another picture of that. The toilet seat? I don't even know. No. Some of these are doubles. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so then I don't know if I shared this already. Here's a picture of two of the parents. So Gary's parents, two of the four that were in that house. Now here is an old picture of them. These two, that's Gary, and that's, they call her Lenny, because that's her middle name, but Christina Siders. Now, what I'm not sure here, I thought he had four sisters because there's another picture of four of them. So these for sure are his three sisters. They're older now. I think this is because I was like, I think Gary is the youngest. I don't think this is Gary. I think this is the other sister. I could be wrong. Maybe this is Gary when they're younger. But isn't that crazy? Like how different they look. You'll see a picture of the four sisters as they're older now. So that's why I'm not sure. Look, I'll show you what I mean. I know for sure Linda, the one sister, because she posts this right here. I'll show you. Hold on. It's just so crazy that people could let it get that bad and then do that like their kids, like have their kids have it be so bad that it's like CA because you're freak. Ugh. And who knows what we're gonna find out? Like, what was anything done to the kids? You know? See, here's a picture of the four. So I don't know if these all, maybe only three of these are the sister. I don't know. I know this one for sure because that's that Linda. Um, here, right here. See, that's her right here, where she says, "My beautiful mama and daddy." And you know what's crazy? Look at this. Can't be that long ago, right? Couple years ago, a few years ago, tops maybe 5 years ago. I can't see it being that much longer than that. I guess maybe it could be 6 or 7 years ago. But my point is was she over there? Like the kid, she would have had so many kids. Elizabeth would have had already a lot of kids by then. Was she over there seeing all the kids? I know they were in different houses at different years, so they weren't at that house that long. You know, they kind of had moved around a little bit. But I mean, you'll hear when we listen to parts of that live stream, which we're going to get to that, Joey's live stream, you'll hear him say that they were contacted by somebody that said that it only got bad the last couple months because Christina, this couldn't keep up with it. But then there's somebody else that said in 2018 or 19, Christina or Lynn, I guess call her Lynn. I don't know. Where have you heard people identify her by? Lynn? I don't know. Her mom died in, I think, 2018 or 19, and they said that's when it got bad because maybe she was helping, her parents died or something around that time. So I don't know. That would be what, 7 years or 8 years that it would have been bad. My point is was she aware of anything? I mean, she was there. I mean, well, I don't know. I guess they could be at her house. But I mean, she's with her mom. It's April 24th. I don't know what year that is. I'll have to go see. I think I'll have to go see if her count's still up. But okay. Yeah, I knew they weren't there that long. But I mean, this could be them at the other house. So are we to believe that like it wasn't bad before they moved to this house? So it was okay and all the years prior and it just got bad the last year? I mean, it's possible, but is that what, I mean, what's the story here? Like, I wonder what it's going to be. Um, so like, let's say this is the house before that or something. Is Lynn is going to say like, and it could be true. Oh, I went over there. Everything seemed fine. I don't know. But, you know, she's like, my beautiful mama and daddy. So, I mean, obviously, it sounds like she has somewhat of a good relationship with him, right? This is Linda. So, this would be Gary's sister, okay? I don't know if I already shared this. This says October. Yeah, 2023. So, and this looks like, this says October 2023. And this looks like similar to, actually, I think they look a little bit older in this one, but if anything, around the same age. So what? That's only 3 years ago, right? And then here's them in that same chair, same outfit too. So this is probably the same day. Yeah. All right. Let me let me show you one more old picture of them. Where'd it go? Right here. Look how look at that. That's Gary Sr. and Christina. Look how young. So this is probably the oldest sister because I think Gary's the youngest. The youngest. Elizabeth is the youngest. Elizabeth is, you know, Russell. So Joey, which we'll hear from, Joey was the middle child. Or wait. Now I forget if Joey or Jeremy was older, but Elizabeth was the youngest. I was thinking Joey's the middle, but now as far as Elizabeth's family. So, Am I confusing y'all? If you guys are new to this case, I probably am. All right, so let's watch a couple more videos because I feel like that'll do it. But oh wait, I want to play the little clip. I had to reshare the audio. I'm going to play the little clip. Let's go back to those text messages for a minute. So when they said, I want proof, Joey says, I want proof to, can I hear some voice of her talking? It's only a second. Supposedly he's supposed to get more, he said on the live, more proof or more audio of Chloe, the oldest kid. But you get to hear like 1 little second. I think she says hi or something. I forget now what she says, but I know it's really short. Okay. So let me share that real quick. I just gotta had to reshare my screen because all right.
Hello.
That's supposedly the oldest kid saying hello. And you can see it's oh, I guess this is more text I could read too. So she says yes on yes forever, cuts into a conversation. So on that, her ex says, "What are you doing?" She says, "Bathroom," and he says,
Hello.
sorry. He says, "Wait, can you send me a voice note?" She says, "Yes." He says, "Send it." And then here, that's what this is.
Hello.
And she says, "Ignore it. My voice is high." And he does this little face. She says, "Send me one. Send me one." And he does this skull face. She says, "It's fair." He says, "Wait." And she says, So that's the little voice supposedly. Can you guys could hear that, right? Okay. So let's play a couple of clips, more news clips, just to. There's some that does. We'll play this one.
In the case where 16 children were rescued from a house in Vinton County described as not fit for livestock. 13 News is digging deeper into this case. We've uncovered new information and confirmed through official documents that there were even another set of twins born into the Siders family. This set of twins, however, died the same day they were born. Now, just over an hour ago, 13 News anchor Amanda Barron sat down with an in-law of the Siders family. He tells us because of what's going on, his family is now getting death threats. Now, Amanda joins us live right now from the home in Vinton County. Family members say that they were kept at an arm's length, but always helped when asked. Amanda?
Yeah, Ronnie Fletcher says, Zach, that they always jumped in to help where they could. He's the Siders' son-in-law, and he says that he and the extended family were not aware of the extent of what was happening, investigators say, inside this home behind me. He says they often didn't know where that family lived, and they certainly didn't know about this home that you see still taped off nearly a week later. Can also tell you this afternoon that the family says they found out about this situation like the rest of us on the news, and now they're receiving death threats as a result of these arrests that have been made and the welfare of the children that they're concerned about, and so are the rest of us this hour. They say that not only are they receiving death threats, they've been forced to miss work, and they're struggling to put food on the table.
It's been awful for the people that had no idea that was going on in the house that are related to this family. I mean, we've had death threats. We've been told that we need to be put in front of a, execution line of guns and, killed and, burned in, it's been bad. Gary and Lynn did not raise their children that way. They're the 4 daughters that got out are successful members of society. We've raised our children. Our children have, college degrees or, whatever, and for us to be put into all this, and there's generational incest and, this is going on generational. It's not true. This is all into that one home. The last time we heard from them, we gave them a car. And it's probably close to a year ago now. Other than them, Lynn calling us and asking for money, or, they needed help with the water bill, or, whatever. And if we had it, we sent it. If we didn't, one of the other daughters did. So we've done what we could for that family at the arm's length that they was keeping us at.
Ronnie says they did whatever they could to help at any time, as you just heard from. He says his wife would give anyone her last $5 to help somebody. Not only that, Ronnie says that they have taken in children from another family member, and they're helping to raise them right now because of another situation that family's dealing with. So this is a family who says they would step in to help. Coming up tonight, it's
This is the part of their arraignment here.
And you will be required to wear a GPS monitor at the state's expense. You would also be required to be a law-abiding citizen, keep the court informed of any address or telephone number changes, appear at all hearings, and have DNA and fingerprinting done if you've not done so already. Do you understand? Even if you're not able to post bond, they're asking that you have no contact with your co-defendants. That means each other. I presume the jail will keep you from having contact with the other two co-defendants if you remain in jail. No contact with the alleged victims of the offense, and if you are released, that you be fitted with a GPS monitor at state's expense. You have 4 pleas available to you. A plea of guilty is a complete admission of your guilt.
Real quick, pay attention to this because I'm going to end up going through a screenshot that talks about this. They talk about one of the family members, I think it's Gary Sr. and Lynn's niece, I think she said. She thinks that there's like elder abuse going on too, and that in her opinion, she's thinking that it could be all him doing everything. Gary Jr., this is just her opinion, because she said that there's bruises on his wrist. Now, I try to look. I mean, I guess I could kind of see a little bit right there, but that could be from handcuffs. I don't know. It's not as prevalent as hers because she has, Elizabeth has like a mark right here up on her arm like this. I don't know. I do think he's out of it. He probably, I don't know if he would have knew much going on. I guess we'll see.
A not guilty plea is a complete denial of your guilt. A no contest plea is not an admission of guilt, but is an admission to the facts that underlie the complaint. If you plead no contest, the state would give me a statement of facts, and it would be up to the court to determine whether or not you were guilty of the charged offenses based on those facts.
Okay, sorry. I don't know about if I think that, but I do think he seems out of it. Well, I do want to watch more of the arraignment, and you'll be able to see like he can't even answer yes, it seems like. All right, so let's look at her family. So we have, I think I could be wrong, but I think, hold on, let me see something real quick. No, I don't know. Shoot. See, originally I was thinking that that was them when they were younger, but then I don't know, maybe that's her grandkids, so I probably yeah. I'm not gonna go through that, sorry. I wanted to show you, hold on. So this is her dad. Elizabeth's dad. Right here. Like I said, I'm trying to get you familiar with everybody and everything, so then when we listen to the live stream that Joey does, you guys will be able to follow and understand, who everybody is or what he's talking about. So that's their dad, Elizabeth's dad. And then her mom, here I blurred out the kids' faces on this. So that's their mom, that's Elizabeth's mom. And Joey, when you hear Joey, this is Joey. And I don't know who these people are, but that's Elizabeth's mom. And Joey's mom, like I said, she has two brothers, Joey and Jeremy. They both kind of talked. He's a little bit more vocal doing things. I don't know, maybe one of these is his wife. I don't know. But yeah. All right. So that's the dad. Okay. Um Here's another picture that's supposedly Elizabeth, an old picture of Elizabeth. If you guys are just coming in, like this is one of the mom, it'd be the mom of the 16 kids. This one says Elizabeth Sider, age 14. So I don't know. Maybe she's 14 here, and then that's her as 33. If you look here, I want to show you something else really quick. Hold on one second. Yeah. One minute. All right. So here, this is on Gary's Facebook page. If you see back June 5th, 2014, on Gary's page, Elizabeth posts, and Elizabeth says, "This is Elizabeth. I don't want anyone putting pictures of me on Facebook. Everyone, if you have any pictures of me on here, please take them off here." See, right there is screaming of like some kind of isolation and manipulation where he's not letting her have anything online. You know what I'm saying? So for her to go on to Gary's page and say that, it's like, I feel like it's something he was trying to making her do, don't you? And then he posted, this is all he has up on his page. He has that, and then he has this, a picture of a gun. March 18th, 2013, he has this, and then he has this, a picture of a truck. That's all he has on his, at least Junior, Gary Jr. And then, what is this one? Okay, let's read this. So this says, my opinion, Gary Jr. isn't the only POS them kids' mommy knew, and so did my aunt and uncle, Gary Sr. and Christina. Which, if you hear people say Lynn, that's Christina. Because most of them call her Lynn for some reason. Oh, that's her middle name, yeah. I'm starting to wonder if little Gary was abusing his mom and dad too. I'm not close with that side of the family, of my family, dad's side, but their immediate family had to know these kids was being treated like this. If I knew, I damn sure knew, I would have turned them in. It's BS what them babies went through. Somebody responds and says, oh no, it's the same person. And then she says to somebody, so that was I don't know. So she must be responding to somebody, but it's still Kimberly. So that's awful, shaking my head. It's awful what them babies have had to go through. Makes me sick, for real, for real. Them kids is the victims, right? I always said she needed to get fixed and stop having all them kids. And then somebody says, you knew she kept having kids? And somebody else says, I almost certainly can and I will. A 13-year-old girl getting pregnant is a massive sign of parental failure. Children that are properly loved, taught, and cuts off. But people are like, wait a minute, because supposedly nobody knew, right? Now you're saying, oh, wait, you knew? Like, what's going on here? And then this person says, I'm making this post for the sake of the truth. only, but for clarity, or wait, for I'm making this post for the sake of truth and truth only. But for clarity, I'll go ahead and say this about the situation. Then I'm moving on because I have to. Lots of you know that Lynn, aka Christina Siders, is my grandma. Or is my grandma something's first cousin. Elizabeth Siders, Russell, is also my daughter's first cousin due to her, for a lack of a better word, sperm donor side of her DNA. My daughter's donor and Elizabeth's mom are siblings. Wait. My daughter's donor and Elizabeth's. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. These are some pictures of Elizabeth that I took right before or right around the time her and Gary Jr. met when she had her whole life ahead of her. While part of me wonders if she wasn't mentally conditioned to think this way, to think this was okay. The mom in me knows it doesn't matter because there's absolutely no excuse for dragging your kids or any human through your BS to this degree. In my opinion, she's guilty to an extent simply because she is an adult. The justice system will handle the situation however it sees fit. I'm cool with that. But I feel like this also needs to be said. Lots of people failed those babies and they continue to fail lots of others all over and keep the pattern continuing by not intervening when things aren't quite right. Kind of like seeing something, say something, or even, see something, do something. Oh, shoot, wrong one. I didn't mean to play that, but we could play this. Elizabeth had some type of bruise. Just pointing out that bruise. I scrolled the wrong way though. Hold on. We'll watch more of that arraignment later. Okay. People all over the USA right now keep saying, oh my God, how does this even happen? Most people can't fathom. And I really wish I couldn't either. But here's my idea. Generational poverty, deeply embedded trauma, mental illness, and systemic failure by other family and community members, all mixed into one big horrible mess. Maybe I'm wrong to believe this, but I think with only a couple exceptions in this particular case, like the tremendous amount of kids they had, actually living conditions these poor kids were in, and the fact that children were basically hidden away in a 12 by 12 room. Yeah, that's the size of it. 16 kids in 12 by 12 room. All the rest of the story, there are very similar situations all over the area. Most people turn a blind eye to it. From the child marriage to incest relationships, being entirely uneducated, living in total filth and in extreme poverty. It's all pretty much normal to a lot of people. I personally think it's almost like it's deeply embedded in the culture down there, and not just in that particular area, but in lots of Appalachia and in other places all over the country. Y'all, it's definitely not okay or normal, and I'm not condoning any of this anyway, just stating facts here. My own personal experience, for instance, in that same area, my mom was a 13-year-old child when she got pregnant with me, a 14-year-old bride, and by 17, she was a single mom of 3. Her mom married at 17, and her mom a teenage mother and wife as well. I myself was allowed to marry a 25-year-old man 4 days after my 16th birthday. It's sad, but it's in a lot of cracks and corners all over America. I for real think it's from several generations of extreme poverty and deeply embedded trauma. Oh, wait. I guess it is the same. Combined with mental illness and systemic failure from other family members and people in the community. It's horribly sad to think it still can happen in today's age, but I personally think it does because of these things coming together. Am I reading that same? Did it overlap? That's why I'm like, it seems in most situations, all too often, people are quick to laugh and talk shit, but always slow to step up and say or do something in an uncomfortable situation. And that's what has to stop. Normalizing horrible situations and truly bizarre behavior has to stop. Turning the other cheek because we all got problems has got to stop. That's the only way to truly help prevent things like these from continuing to happen. I believe not all of us are lucky or strong or smart enough to even start to find the tools that are needed in order to break free from the generations old curses inflicted on our family by our own family and community. The ones of us who do are extremely rare. Okay, so here's the ones where she said it was right around the time she met Gary. Or here's the pictures, okay? Um, and the other ones that were the ones I shared. I think that's where a lot of the, like this one was a part of it, and this. So supposedly that was like around that time. Very sure that, yeah. All right, hold on. I want to share Jeremy. Hold on, give me 1 second. Actually, I'll play a video while I'm looking for it. Let's play the next one. I want to find the one where, hold on. Trying to find one I want to play next. This one, this is the one. Okay. Yeah, y'all.
Investigators have laid out in this case. Now, we did speak with a local store employee who says that she served the ciders the night before they were arrested. More than a day after 16 children were removed from a home in the small village of Hamden, people are still coming to Omer Street trying to understand how something like this could have happened.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, especially since I've got a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old daughter, and I've heard that some of these kids never saw the light of day.
The shock comes after these 4 people were charged with 17 counts of child endangerment. The Vinton County Sheriff described the conditions inside the home as horrific.
It was mind blown once I saw the mugshot, like, oh, I spoke it to them. I just seen them on Monday. They were my last customers on Monday. It's sad, it's crazy, it's a sad situation.
Employees at the Hamden Dollar General say the ciders were regular customers, stopping in almost every night just before closing, buying water, vegetable oil, and sometimes sugar, often accompanied by just one of the children.
Oh, I noticed that he would keep her really close to her, and she was not allowed to speak to nobody. I noticed that. And when she came in with the kids were all very thin, very, very thin, ghost white, didn't have no weight on their body, and they had their hair over their face, like to block out, the outside world to not see them.
Ariel Gutierrez says store employees tried to help, offering the family clothes and hygiene products. But she says they never saw those items put to use. Investigators have described the conditions inside the home as unforgettable. The Ohio Attorney General saying the smell inside the home is something he can't forget. Gutierrez says that same odor was noticeable every time the family walked into the store.
The smell to me, honestly, when I think about them and hear them, the smell will never leave my mind. I will always have that smell in my mind, sad to say, just because it was so potent. Like, they could have left the store 5 minutes ago and the store would still smell.
Now she says her focus is on the children, hoping they finally have the chance at a better life.
I'm just sorry to the children, and I'm sorry that I should have said something sooner, and I'm praying, and I know they're in better conditions now, and hopefully they get what they deserve.
As the community continues to process what happened, many say they're praying for the children and hoping Hamden can begin to heal.
Got to go and make sure, and we got to trust that God has.
Investigators say that those children are now at hospitals across the state of Ohio and that this investigation is still ongoing. On your
Crazy. So they get oil and water every day before it closed, they said. So here, I should have shared this. So this is where that one of the pictures came from. So this is, hold on, let me see where you guys are. So this is her mom, Lori Russell, posted this August 24th August 24th, 2020. And she says, "Happy birthday to my daughter Elizabeth. It's hard to believe. My youngest is 28 today. Love you, Mom and Dad." And you can see people are saying happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Of course, she doesn't respond back, but she posts this picture. It's probably the most recent picture she had of her daughter, I'm guessing. So yeah, because I went through the comments and to see, and And then we have Jeremy. This is her brother, her older brother, says, now this is after this all happened, June 30th, he says, my sister just wrapped her life up due to indoctrination. It is 100% real. 20 kids and younger than me. The math equals immature piece of shit man involved. I met this dude a couple months ago. Shook my hand like a baby would, super soft hands. Definitely never worked a day in his life. I should have took him out that night. I was thinking about it, but my sister, I was happy to see. Been 15 years. You lost touch with your family, followed another, look what happened. But the thing is he said he just met him, and so it sounds like he was with his sister, because that's why he didn't do it, right? Or let's see, a couple months ago. I mean, it sounds like he was with, maybe went, I don't know, because I mean, I guess he could have seen him out, and the reason he didn't, just because he didn't want to upset his sister. His sister might not have been there necessarily, but I want to know more. Were you over there? Did you get together with him and your sister? Like, what was the situation here? But here you see the 20 kids. So you have the 16 plus the the one set of twins that died. That's 18. And if she did have a kid when she was 13 before Gary, that'd be 19. But then there would still be one more. And it makes me wonder, my mom had brought up, like, do you think maybe another one died? Like, that would be a murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if another kid died and they just never reported it? Because who knows? I don't know where he's getting 20. But then he posts another thing here yesterday, which was, I don't know, sometime in the last couple of days. He says, got a lot of Facebook investigators, LOL. You're in for a ride. I've been telling you all. My remorse, I don't care. I really don't. That's sad. I tried many times. Ask my ex. She knows. I was the one harassing. I love my sister. However, everyone knew about it. I told everyone. Welfare supporters to the maximum. So state knows something. I don't get it. Just leave me alone. See, that brings up questions. Let me look at chat here. Take a break and what the heck though? So he's saying he tried to do something. Everyone knows. Everyone knew about it. I told everyone. Welfare supporters to the max. So state knows. So what the heck's going on here? Yeah, this is Elizabeth's brother, you guys. I do too. I do too. I do too. So I would just like to know more. So he's not the one that's talking a lot. The Joey, which I'm gonna play a clip of his live stream now. I'm gonna play more of it, but I want to play one real quick here. He's the one talking a bunch. This one, I like to hear from Jeremy though, because he's saying everyone knew. He tried to get help, I guess. I told everyone. Welfare supporters to the maximum. State knows something. It's just very interesting here. Like, what the heck, dude? So the state, I mean, did the state have something to do? So this is Joey, the younger brother. I'm probably confusing you. Jeremy is the one that wrote this. And then Joey's that picture, sorry. Okay. 1 second. Let me put some of these over here. Okay, so let me play. What's this one? Oh yeah, that's that. Okay. I'm gonna play a part of the live stream that Joey did last night. Right now I'll do that first. All right. So, okay, so most of it I only have the audio because you know how TikToks don't replay it. So somebody reposted just the audio, but there was a couple people that reposted like a clip. So the first one I want to play is this TikToker reposted like it's a shorter clip where you could see his face talking. Let me play that first. What is my mom doing down there? Okay, hold on. Oh my god. All right, wait, cut that. I'll just do it right here. Okay. We're gonna play this first. And shoot, since I downloaded this and I shared it, I sent it to my phone yesterday, or was it this morning? I guess it would be this morning. And then I downloaded it, and then it takes away the name of the person. I'm gonna have to find it on TikTok to give a shout out. But okay, so here's a part of it. Here we go.
Who wants to know if you can go into more details about the abuse Elizabeth experienced?
Well, like I said, my mom would sit there and beat us, and she would smack Elizabeth in the face, pull her hair. She would do a lot of stuff to us. Once we got on the thing, she'd beat us with extension cords getting out of the water. For some days, for no reason, she'd get mad and come and beat us. She just beat me and my sister. Like literally, me and my sister did not want to be at the house.
Like Joey said
And
earlier.
did your dad just sit back and watch it then, or?
No, I don't want to get into that. My dad's not who he used to be. He's a good man now, but
he didn't used to be. I can relate. I can totally relate. So
that man is the only man I'm scared of in this whole world.
It's one of the ones I'm only scared of in the whole world too. So I completely understand that feeling.
Like that man put me in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And all the cops did was took him down there, asked him if he was all right, and let him out, kicked me out of the house, and made me live with my Aunt Christy.
Did he do the same kind of things to Elizabeth then?
Yeah, well, me and her got it bad, yeah. And all these people are gonna say that's not true. Like, live it, then come tell me. Me and my sister.
We aren't very sure who Piper is. She requested, and we let her in.
No, actually, I didn't request. I was invited, and I was like, well, I don't know if I was invited, but here I am.
One of us might have accidentally hit it because every now and then, like if you see the little plus sign where it says like invite or like the boxes that are empty, every now and then somebody's face pops in and it suggests that we invite them.
So, are you in contact with Elizabeth, Joey, or do you?
No.
Okay, so that was what part of that, and I have more here. But before I play anymore, I want to go through a few other things here. I'll play more. I want to show you a picture. Hold on a second. So that was Joey, the young. I think Jeremy's the. Wait. Talks about it. I don't remember now. I keep wanting to say that Jeremy is the oldest, but now I'm thinking he might be the middle. Elizabeth's for sure the youngest. This is Jeremy, the other brother. The one that I just read where he's talking about that he tried to tell people and went to welfare, blah, blah, blah. So that was Jeremy, okay? The live stream we're going to watch clips of here and there. That's Joey, the other one, okay? All right. So let's get into, hold on a second. Because he talks about the charges, Joey, because everybody was going on about the charges that Joey had. So he does talk about that in the live. So before that, let me go over what that is too. So you guys, oh, here's Joey right here. I guess he got attacked by a dog. That's why his ear looks like that. All right. Where's his charge? Here, I'm looking for that. Let me play another video real quick. Here, let's play this. This is the arraignment. real quick, and I'll get the other stuff ready.
I've always
I wanna play
struggled
this one too.
getting them on with one here, but it turns them all on. Hang on, let me try. Yes.
That's the one I want to play.
Might be easier to do them both at the same time. Thank you. Did they come on?
Yeah. So you can see
Okay.
them right here. There's Gary Sr.
There are separate remotes to move them, but there's only one to turn them on. So I wanted to make sure that it in fact turned them all on.
You know what? I'm going to play this after because I'm sure half of you probably already seen this. So I'll play the more recent stuff. I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth because, but I do want to watch that. So here is Joey. So it talks about, they said he has I guess a warrant out now. They said he's going to turn himself in. He goes over all this for a parole. He was supposed to go to a halfway house or whatever. And he says he didn't want to go because of all the drugs there. But anyway, he has this charge. Oh, right here. This individual is wanted by the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections Adult Parole Authority for violating the conditions of his or her supervision. This individual should be considered dangerous and possibly armed. Do not attempt to apprehend. Okay. Expected to release. They said he only has a few months left. So, like I said, I'm trying to find, he had like an endangered charge. In 2018, Russell was convicted of child endangerment resulting in serious physical harm to a child, a third-degree felony. He was sentenced to the maximum penalty for that, 36 months. Okay. All right. Let me just play this really quick, this one, and then I'll get it.
It's horrific. That's just nasty. It's horrific, really is.
It's stupid this happened close to Wellston and Benton County. Benton County, I mean, you don't know what's going on in this world anymore.
Shock, disbelief, and heartbreak. That's how neighbors in the small village of Hamden are describing what they've learned.
I've heard there were a lot of animals in the home as well, so I can just imagine what the kids lived in.
It all follows a horrible find at this small home. 16 children living in terrible conditions.
I come up down there all the time. I never seen a kid out here.
Neighbors coming down Omer Street to see this house for themselves, and they're asking the simple question, how was this able to happen?
Or did they know the kids were there? I mean, that's just where it kind of bothers me. If they knew the kids were there, they should have been removed, I think.
Tuesday night, people who live here say they're still struggling to make sense of what happened just down the street.
But it's not, I mean, it's not Vinton County per se, it's just where they chose to bring their chaos, because I was told that they weren't from here.
Absolutely. I mean, I was born and raised in Columbus, and this here, for down here, is very sad and shocking, because you wouldn't expect to hear it in a village of 200.
In Vinton County, Nick Veland on your side.
Okay. I'll play a part. Here's a part of the live stream from yesterday. Like I said, it's just going to be audio. Here we go.
Hey guys, I don't know where to start with all this. I'm tired of being harassed about it. I only made the post for my sister because I ain't seen her in so long. And Heather Marie and Chef and all of them over get my accounts reported and all this stuff just because I made a post for my sister. I made one. I ain't trying to capitalize off anything. I ain't seen my sister since what, 2005. I left and come back in 2008 to pass it through to go to Columbus because of my ex-wife's dad happened to be taken to the hospital. I moved back from Georgia. And I haven't seen her since then. I've been in prison. My record is showing that. You guys are sitting there attacking me on my record. This case ain't even about me, and it don't even make sense. Like, you're attacking my kid, you're attacking my wife. Like, when does it stop? Heather, you're just mad because I wouldn't do your interviews. I went to Phoenix.
Sorry, I'm making it a little bit louder because I don't know if it's loud enough.
Instead, and Dora, you all got mad because I told him about himself, because he's sitting there downing my sister. Yes, she did wrong. If she's wrong, then I get it. She deserves capital punishment. I get it. Please accept.
Since there's no pictures or visuals on this, I'm going to just post some pictures. So this part right here, he posted this just with a black screen. And then I'm going to play this. And then there's another, and then I'm going to play some timestamps of another person that recorded it and played it, which I'll show you when we get to this point. But this is a little part that he actually uploaded.
Accept what I'm saying. I am not taking up for her any which way, shape, or form, but she is my sister and I love her. I will wash my hands of her but I still love her. That is my sister no matter what. Yes, she did evil. If it comes out. The other three, for sure. I am just so tired of having to sit there and constantly watch my account because of you guys. Why? You got my exes up in there. Everybody knows about my record. This stuff's been put out since my ex-wife, Jennifer. I don't care that you all see it. I don't hide it. But the child endangerment that y'all reading, but you didn't read, I guess, didn't find it, the transcripts. Marie, Heather, and Chef, when she admitted to Children's Services what she did to our child. My child, not Elizabeth's child. This is between me and Brittany. I seen y'all talking about it. It's fine. I seen the pictures and everything. And one of them pictures ain't even my kid. That's someone else's kid. Jennifer's giving you a bunch of stuff. I get it. I got it. Sealed, delivered. But I'm not going to sit here and put my account on private, and I'm going to go live when I want to. You all can come over. I got everything of you all, recording everything of you all, sitting there just telling everybody that you're going to report my life. And Heather, you're sitting there and your kids are in the background asking you for attention and food and stuff. And you're saying, oh, give me a minute. I got to deal with this. Them are your kids. And you're sitting here bitching about other people doing their kids wrong. Heather Marie, the crime person. I don't know how to say her name. But she literally, I have recordings of her sitting there ignoring her kids when they're asking her for stuff. And she wants to sit here and talk about, I mean, I get it. Talk about my sister's kids. I get it. But you brought my kid out of your mouth. Now, Heather, I don't care if you got police watching your stuff. I don't care. I gave up caring a long time ago. Like what y'all are doing, that's your fault. I'm not chasing clout. You're coming over to me. I'm not telling you to come over. I didn't tell nobody to come to my page. You all are saying I'm monetizing off this, monetizing whatever the fuck that word is, off this. I don't care about it. I made one video. I ain't made nothing ever since. I'm going to keep doing my TikToks whether you all like it or not. That is my way of grieving over this and for my mental health. You can sit here and put this on your live like you did the other day with me and my wife. You can do that, Heather. There you go. You have permission, but what you didn't do, when my wife had to call the authorities today, you didn't get permission last time. You are in trouble. That's why you're being nice here lately in your lives. And then I found out, I have someone over there watching right now. I'm not going to give them names. If you are taking up for me or you're not gifting Heather Marie, she said that she will not have you hanging around in her lobby. They made a page on Facebook. If you defend me in any which way, shape, or form, or the Siders family, which I understand, you shouldn't be defending them at all. I get what I did's wrong. You shouldn't defend me. I get it. But if you do, you get kicked out of that group of 7,000 people on Facebook. It's called the Siders Secrets, something like that. Yeah. I mean, I got everything. So I don't know what's going on with my sister. I have never known one thing that has ever went on with my sister past the last time I seen her, which is actually 2008 when I was passing through. After that, there has been no contact. None. If I would have known that them kids were like that, I would have called CPS no matter how bad it would have made me look.
I'd have called him. I am not condoning what she did. So guys, please, please leave me alone. I'm going to keep smiling and doing what I'm doing. I'm grieving for my nephews and nieces. Yes, because that is a horrible situation they was in. Horrible. 4 years. 4 years. I get it. And I'm so sorry they went through that. If I would have known, I would have taken care of it. I'm so sorry that you all got mixed up in all this and it's getting all twisted and turned and everything. Me sleeping with my sister and stuff. That's gross. My prison records show that I have not been around my sister. Guys, stop. I have done nothing to deserve this. Why? I am a very nice guy on here. I don't bother nobody. My wife don't bother nobody. We run a little tight family on here. This ain't about clout. It was me showing my feelings for my sister in one video, and you all took it and ran with it. Now you're threatening my daughter, threatening to pull up at my house. Talk to God. You're gonna meet him. Please stay off my page if you're gonna talk shit. Please. I cannot take this. Y'all want to badmouth me? That's fine. Just keep your mouth off my kid. That's all I'm asking. You can put me out there as the biggest piece of S all you want. Maybe I am, maybe I ain't. But what y'all did was you judged the book before you opened it. This book is full of surprises and it's a good book, but you ruined it. So if you come over here on some BS, I'm blocking you. As soon as I see one of your messages on my thing and you don't have no followers, you're getting blocked. And Chef, Heather Marie, these crime talkers, keep your little petty games up. You're the one monetizing off this, not me. I have no reason to, nothing to gain from it. So whoever's watching this, you can run this back. You can screen record it. I know that's what you're going to do. You're going to get your 5 minutes of fame up in the box. Well, I hope you have a very wonderful 4th of July and hope you have fun with that. But the allegations of me and my sister, stop. Just stop. That's gross. Never happened. If there's any of that going on, it was inside that house with them and each other. That's all I got to say about it. Thank you. And please be respectful on my page or you will be gone. I hate to be like that. You guys turned a good man, and this is what I'm saying about no matter how much a past is a past, you all won't let it go. I understand it's horrible. I get it. But you need to read into it deeper. You never let a man's past go. You'll never let that man change. Never. Y'all have a good 4th of July.
Okay, so there's a lot more to go over. I have timestamps. We're gonna listen to some, but I'm gonna kind of do it where I'm gonna read a couple screenshots and then play a little bit. So keep it fair use wise. The rest that I play are more answering questions about people have come up and they have questions. Like people come up on panel and have questions. Like I said, it's only audio though, but I timestamped a bunch of like the important stuff that I feel like that, because I don't want to play the whole thing. Just because, fair use. I'm just going to play a couple highlights and then show you where you can watch it all if you want to watch the rest. But let me read a couple things really quick here. Let me go over these really quick. Okay. So I want to read this. So this has to do with supposedly where they were living. So somebody says that was my grandmother who passed and owned it. So that was like what I was talking about, I think in 2018 or 19, when Lynn Christina, which is Gary Sr.'s wife, the older ones, her mother, they said when she died, that's when the rumor has it, that's when it all got really bad, which would have still been like 8 years ago. So they're saying that that was my grandma who passed and owned it. Now it's in a trust. They pay to my aunt. None of them lived with or knew them prior to renting to them. Oh, never mind. See, oh my God. Sometimes I sound like an idiot. That isn't family. Okay. So that's just somebody they rent. Okay. But her mom did pass in like 2018 or 19. Lynn's mom. I want to know the timeline because were they living with the mom? Because that makes me wonder. Maybe that is when it got bad. Maybe her mom was helping and maybe her mom passed and then I don't know. But just forget what I just said about this. This is just somebody unrelated. They're saying that her grandma used to, the place that they're renting, I guess they're renting, was this person's grandmother who passed, owned it, but it's in a trust and they pay their aunt. None of them lived with or knew them prior to renting to them. Dude, they're going to have to demolish that place. Like, they're not going to, like, that house is done. I mean, I don't see how it could be livable. And then somebody says, do you know when the last time your aunt or family member has been to the house? And this person says, I would say if at all was before they moved in. Let me say my family would have reported them if she knew. She would have evicted if they didn't pay. As long as they pay, she won't bother them. They pay at a drop box to her house. And this person says, any idea what the rent was or if your aunt did a background check? And she says, I couldn't say. She takes care of all that. So thanks for the reply. Wow. Okay, so South Central Ohio Job and Family Services says the outpouring of love and support for the situation in Vinton County community has been truly overwhelming. We're incredibly grateful to our community and individuals from across the state for wanting to help. We recently became aware that an Amazon wish list is being shared. However, we are unable to verify who created or manages that list. To ensure donations are coordinated appropriately and transparently, all monetary and other donations are organized through our director's office. We are also in the process of consulting with our attorneys regarding the establishment of trusts to ensure any monetary donations are properly managed for the benefit of the children. If you would like to make a donation, or please contact Shannon Kello at, take this down if anybody wants to make a donation, 740-772-7451 or at shannon.kello@jfs.ohio.gov and let us know that you would like to make a donation. Shannon can provide information on the next steps and available donation options. In addition, we have received several inquiries on how to become a foster parent. If you would like additional information, please email Jessica Benner at jessica.benner@jfs.ohio.gov or Brianna Campbell at brianna.campbell@jfs.ohio.gov, because they were talking about like how are they gonna, like, it's gonna be hard to get, you know, these kids taking care of 16 kids. So they're always, I mean, I feel like every state seems like they're short on foster care anyway. I hope. So they're saying if you want to become a foster parent, the kindness and compassion shown by our community and across the state remind us that even in difficult circumstances, people come together to make a difference. Thank you for your continued support. Okay, so then this one here, this is that Kimberly again. The one that's is their nephew, is aunt the Gary Sr. and Lynn's nephew. Or niece, niece. Y'all, I just know my Aunt Lenny and Uncle Gary can't be in their right state of mind because they would have never allowed them kids to live like that. And I'm starting to believe they both do have dementia. I keep watching the court videos and it's like they have no clue what's going on. Like, I agree with Uncle Gary's lawyer. They need to check them too and make sure they aren't victims too. I just feel in my heart that Bub, Gary Jr., so they call Gary Jr. Bub, was abusing them. I just feel it. And to them all, Bub's life, he could do no wrong. So basically saying he was like the spoiled kid that could do no wrong. He was their baby. And I feel in my heart something is wrong with them. And that's why they was living like that. And I think the marks on Uncle Gary's wrist is he was tied down. I wish people that was close to them would have gotten them all the help. It breaks my heart seeing them too like that, because I know in my heart that's not them. And if I'm proven wrong, then yes, they deserve to be punished. I just know that's not them and not something they would allow. Like, I grew up with their kids and we was always there and the house would be clean if you didn't know her you wouldn't understand. Her heart, especially for kids. Wait. The house would be clean. If you didn't know her, you wouldn't understand her heart, especially for kids. I honestly don't know what to think. I just can't stop watching that court videos. I can tell they ain't in their right state of mind. They are lost. Don't get me wrong. If it's proven they are in their right state of mind and they allowed, then they do need to be punished for it, just as the parents. I pray them babies are all getting loved on, shown love. They are the #1 victims in this, but I do feel there's going to be more than 16 victims. I know I'll probably get some hate, and that's okay. Everyone has their own opinions. But it's crazy because if she's thinking even the parents are victims, and a lot of people are thinking Elizabeth, the mom, so Gary just like controlled all the 3 adults and all the kids. I mean, it's possible, but dang it. Oh, okay. So then we have, which one is this? The attorney representing Elizabeth Siders, the mother of the 16 children discovered in appalling conditions in Hampden, Ohio, has spoken out about his client following her arrest, offering a different perspective on the case while acknowledging the seriousness of the allegations. Elizabeth, 33, has been charged alongside her husband, Gary Siders Jr., and his parents with 16 counts of second-degree felony child endangerment, with all 4 having pleaded not guilty and each held on a $300,000 bond. Her lawyer, Thomas Stolley, described her as crying and exhausted when he met her in jail. So he's talking about Elizabeth, the younger, the 33-year-old, right? The mother of all 16 children. He said she was crying. Described her as crying and exhausted when he met her in jail and suggested the case is more complex than the headlines suggest, arguing that evil requires malice and that he saw no malice in Elizabeth. He noted she married Gary Siders Jr. at age 15 and has spent the last 17 to 18 years shaped by that environment, saying this was a case of isolation rather than evil, and that someone who became a wife and a mother at 15 may not have known any different way of life. Stolley said the first thing Elizabeth asked when he met her in jail was not about her charges or when she might be released, but about her children. As he described it, my client's first question to me when I walked into the jail and introduced myself was about her kids. She asked if her children were okay. She asked if I knew where they were, and she asked when she'd be able to see them again. I thought it was telling that her first concern was not when can I get out of jail, but was, are my children okay? That is kind of crazy, right? Let me play this real quick. I don't remember. If you're reading along, 12 by 12 foot, law enforcement believes they are kept in feces-ridden enclosure for nearly 4 years. So 4 years.
Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human feces. It was just a disgusting scene.
No contact with the alleged victims in the offense, and if you are a complaint, if you plead no contest, the state will find you in a state that.
Was it?
In what I've seen up to this point, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. I'm not going to go specifically into the medical conditions of the kids, other to say that is since the discovery of this
situation. As you heard the prosecutor say yesterday, our number one concern has been the physical well-being of those children.
Conditions, including special. The facts are not sufficient, I will find you not guilty. No contact with the alleged victims of the offense, and if you are.
I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell it. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me.
It's crazy. All right, I gotta find that one. Okay, here it is. All right, hold on a second. I want to make sure we still have to watch that, but I'm gonna watch a clip of. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Hold on one second. We are definitely gonna watch that, but let's watch. How's everybody doing, by the way? Okay. It's crazy. This case is it's hard. Let me just finish reading some of these. Okay. That one I'll read last. Okay, hold on. Let me just finish this. Let me read this post. So this I'm not sure these pictures. So this says Cider's House of Horrors update. It's going around that these pictures were supposedly taken by somebody that broke into the house where officials rescued 16 kids. I have no further knowledge of these pictures. A breakdown of what's okay. So here's the pictures, and well, let's do this first. Before anyone else comments, please read what I actually wrote. I did not state these photos were confirmed to be from the inside of Cider's home. I specifically said they were supposedly taken there and that I have no further knowledge of these photos. They were shared because they are circulating publicly, not because I was presenting them as verified evidence. Please don't confuse supposedly with confirmed. That's what I'm saying. I've seen these on videos. I didn't see anywhere where it said that supposedly was somebody broke into the house, but she saw somebody post and said they got him by breaking into the house. There are multiple videos of these pictures going around, but the thing is with all this AI and fake crap, I've already found so many fake ones where there's other cases of like kids being taken out where they're pretending that it's this case. I swear, I wish that I know YouTube can't really, I mean, they could crack down, but then they would falsely get good people's channels down because they would use AI. I don't know. It's tough, but it's just, can't people be responsible? Can't people that use these AIs like not put up fake stuff? I hate that. Anyway, and that's why I want to make sure, I don't even know if I should share these. They are going around. I mean, I'll share them. I don't think, if I were to guess, I almost don't think that they are, but maybe somebody broke in and took them. I don't know. So don't don't pass these along as for sure. Now this one is the house, right? That does look like the back of the house. I don't know. I almost think, I don't know if this one is really, maybe. I mean, they did say it was worse, that they wouldn't even keep livestock or have better living conditions than this. So I don't know. Maybe somebody did break in and get these pictures. But then it's like they have this light. Were they able to turn this light on? I mean, I guess it could be. I wish I just knew for sure. I wish we could trust people when they say stuff. You know? Let's see. They have smart mix offices. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Wait, which one is this? I wanted to finish reading. Oh, okay, that's just. I mean, can you imagine it's somebody's house? I mean, look at that. Like, what the heck? like this. Oh my gosh. Like, what if this was the room that the 16 kids lay? Oh, I can't. Can you imagine? And then where did the rest of them stay? I don't know. What is wrong with people? Even if it's like, even if this isn't their house, I feel like it's from some case. It might be from a different case. I don't know. But anyway, I guess we'll see when the official pictures come out. We'll see if they match. Dang it. Okay, let me read the rest of this where she posts like a breakdown. Elizabeth Sider married into the family. She's not biologically related. She began having Gary Jr. children at 13, but then a lot of people were saying the 13-year-old, when she was 13, it was from a different person. So I don't know. The ages of the 4 suspects arrested in the Vinton County case are Gary Siders Sr., grandfather, 73 years old. Christina Siders, which they call Lynn, 67 years old. So he's 10, or not 10 years older, 6 years. He's 6 years older than her, the senior. Gary Siders Jr. is 36, and Elizabeth Siders is 33. The 16 children range from 1.5 to 18 years old. The ages of the children are listed in the court documents are, and then we already went through that, supposedly 3 sets of twins. Okay. They were found in a 12 by 12 room of the home in deplorable conditions. Some of the children showed signs of significant developmental delays and feral tendencies, no education whatsoever. All 16 children were taken to the hospital. 2 of them were life flighted for life-threatening conditions. The discovery of the children was coincidental. While law enforcement was investigating Gary Jr. for 4 separate indecent exposure cases last month, all 4 pled not guilty. The bail amount of each of the 4 individuals arrested in the Vinton County, Hampden, Ohio, child endangerment case is $300,000. The 4 suspects, Gary, they all 4 were charged with 17 counts of felony child endangerment after 16 children were rescued from deplorable living conditions. They are both being held at the regional jail. Wonder if the reason they're charged with 17 is because she was pregnant? You know what I'm saying? Because it looks like it's 1 count for each of the children. And there was only 16 children, so I wonder if 17 is because she really was pregnant. While the official court records note the oldest child rescued from the home is 18, making Elizabeth 15 at the specific child's birth, statements from her own brother and other family members have revealed that she actually began having children at 13. The family shared the following additional details with investigators and media outlets. Total pregnancies. Relatives state that Elizabeth has actually given birth to 21 children in total, rather than just 16 found at the home. They said at least 2 of her children, including a set of twins, tragically died at birth. The investigators are still looking into family history, as some of the older children she has had as a teenager are no longer in the household or unaccounted for, which I wonder if there was other deaths that they never reported, which would be murders. And if they never like got a birth certificate and did it legally, they could just say no and they would never know. You know what I'm saying? They never existed. It's just crazy. All right, I'm gonna play parts of this, the Joey's live stream. I'm gonna play a couple more, and then we will watch the arraignment too, because I do want to watch that with you guys too. But all right, so here we go. Like I said, there's no audio, or there's no video. It's just all audio. All right, hold on 1 second. I have timestamps that I want to play. So, hold on. All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right. All right. So the first timestamp I'm going to play, hold on, let me get it here. I'll just try to share some pictures, pictures I got, and I'll try to find new pictures because I won't be able to talk because we'll be listening. And I'll just try to put some pictures up and then be in chat because I haven't been in chat. Okay, so we're going to start on 20 minutes in. Like I said, I didn't want to play it all. And then I'm definitely leave a link to the whole thing so you guys could check it out. Okay, 2020. So we're going to start. I don't have this one labeled. A lot of them I labeled what it was about on each timestamp. This one I didn't. This timestamp, I don't know why I forgot to label what it was about, but I guess we'll see. I'll just start at 10 seconds early. All right, hold on 1 second. So it's just going to be a black screen. Actually, let me. All right. Here we go.
People want to know in the press conference. Yes, this is Elizabeth's brother. In the press conference, it was said that the oldest child could not speak or say her own or write her own name. We've been given so many social media accounts for the girls. It's unbelievable. And there was speculation, okay, well, maybe this was the parents running the social media. If you go and you look at their TikToks, you can clearly see that these girls were reaching out for help, and they were making real, like, just the vibe they were giving off is they were uncomfortable with their father.
If anybody could help me out, because I don't know where to find. They said that they had TikToks, some of the kids. I don't even know. I'm going to try to look for them. I don't know what their channels are, but I would like to check it out. You hear them talking about that. I'm probably some of the older ones. If anybody knows and has a link to the kids' TikTok pages, will you guys send it to me, email me?
So I don't think that would have come up at all if it was them doing it themselves. Well, then outside of that too, there was also voice clips. A man from India came forward and said that he was the oldest boyfriend. He gave, if you go look at Joey's Facebook, you can see all the text messages. And in the recent one he posted today, there is a voice clip with Chloe's voice.
Those are the texts that I went through with you guys where she says, hi, hello, and those text messages with the oldest daughter. That's what she's talking about.
And he's getting more for us. He's digging in his cloud because this was over a year ago. So he has it all saved. But when this news even hit him in India, and he's seen posts about Joey, he reached out to Joey and he said, they're lying about your sister and I have the proof and I want to help you. Well, your niece. They're lying about your niece. So we have proof. We have her voice. We have audio of her voice. We have proof of all of her social media accounts. And it's not just the oldest. There's also accounts for most of the children, including a little boy. We have a YouTube video of a little boy.
I got stuff you all don't even know about. Like everybody's coming to me. Everybody.
I think maybe the neighbor might have found out that she was with a boy from India or something and maybe threatened to tell the parents. So maybe that's why they had to break up. We asked why the neighbor made them break up and he said,
the girl talking is Joey's wife. So the brother's wife. So Elizabeth's brother's wife, so that you'll hear him, Joey, and the wife. But then you'll hear other people on panel because they bring them people up on panel and to ask questions and stuff. So
that he didn't know. She just said that they had to break up because of the neighbor Mike.
And I want to thank everybody for. I got a bunch of messages last night that you sent money and put on her books so she could eat. Thank you so much, and I'm going to do the same.
Talking about Elizabeth putting money
And
on Elizabeth.
I want to clear something up right now. And Casey's been running his little, lips.
And you'll hear him talking to Casey a bunch. That's giving him an issue. And eventually, hours, a couple hours into it, she'll explain who Casey is. Like I said, I'm not gonna list all of them. I'm gonna play highlights. But Casey is, I guess, wait, his Joey's ex's brother, and also a neighbor, an old neighbor, plus it was his ex-brother or something. So I don't know. I guess running his mouth, saying crap, I guess. So I don't know.
Never wanted a fund. What are they? GoFundMe accounts, whatever them
Yeah,
things are.
no, there were
I
a lot of
never-
people that asked us to make a GoFundMe, and Joey said no. He said, I'm not tying myself to that. I don't need anybody accusing me of trying to make money off of anything. He said, I'm not getting involved in that. And we even said that we would figure out where the donations could go to, and we'd share that information. I personally shared where you can donate on my Facebook. It's one of my only public posts right now.
Oh yeah, I want to say something too. Everybody's running a mile saying I'm gonna monetize off this. I've had Netflix, Paramount, True Crime. I've had ABC. I've had all of them come to me, and I can send you the screenshot. I said I am not involving myself on that. I'm not making my sister look bad. I am not taking no money. I can make all kinds of money off of it. I don't want it. I don't want it. My sister's suffering. I'm not going to make money off of it like these people were sitting over on the podcast. You know what? You over and make fun of me all you want. I don't care. At least I'm standing up for what I believe in. I believe in my sister. I don't believe in you.
Okay, so I'm going to skip to a part where he talks about the abuse that him and his sister went through. Hold on. Where's the time? Oh, it's over here. All right, I might cut in a little bit before it, but
The woman is my wife. And that woman knows a lot.
I think everybody in the chat is wanting to know if you could go into a little bit more detail on Elizabeth having a hard life growing up.
Joey, you're breaking up pretty bad, but everybody wants to know if you can go into more details about the abuse Elizabeth experienced.
Well, like I said, my mom would sit there and beat us, and she would smack Elizabeth in the face, pull her hair. She would do a lot of stuff to us. Wait until we got out of the thing, and she'd beat us with extension cords getting out of the water. For some days, for no reason, she'd get mad and come and beat us. She just beat me and my sister. Like literally, me and my sister did not want to be at the house.
Like Joey said
And
earlier.
did your dad just sit back and watch it then, or?
No, I don't want to get into that. My dad's not who he used to. He's a good man now, but he
didn't used to be. I can relate. I can totally relate. So
that man is the only man I'm scared of in this whole world.
it's one of the ones I'm only scared of in the whole world too. So I completely understand that feeling.
it's his dad.
Like that man put me in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And all the cops did was took him down there, asked him if he was all right, and let him out. Kicked me out of the house, made me live with my Aunt Christy. They didn't
Did
charge
he
him
do the
nothing.
same kind of things to Elizabeth then?
Yeah, well, me and her got it bad, yeah. And all these people are gonna say that's not true. Like, live it, then come tell me. Me and my
We
sister
honestly aren't very sure who Piper is. She requested, and we let her in.
I think she's
No, actually, I didn't request. I was invited, and I was like, well, I don't know why I was invited, but here I am.
One of us might have accidentally hit it because every now and then, like if you see the little plus sign where it says like invite or like the boxes that are empty, every now and then somebody's face pops in and it suggests that we.
Dang it. It looks like he, hold on a second. Looks like he made his Facebook private. It wasn't all day and now it's gone. Huh. He's probably getting, you know how people could be awful with, Anyway, okay, so like I said, I'm only gonna play highlights. So now I'm gonna play a part where he talks about what his parents did for work. So basically, what him and Elizabeth's parents did for work. 101. 101:20.
The parents, like, did they do any type of work at all?
No, none.
None.
No. They traded cars here and there and made money off that. And I think they were getting SSI because he couldn't read. I'm pretty sure he was getting SSI because he couldn't read and write. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, talking about.
Okay.
Let me take that back. He's talking about Gary's parents. So Gary Sr. and Lynn, and then he's I don't know if he's talking about Gary couldn't read too. I don't know, or the dad couldn't read, but
That's what I was curious about. I'm going to jump down and let somebody else come up. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I am as
well.
And if I could request that you give She's Country my box, I would really appreciate that. She's a great woman. You'll love her.
Hey guys, can you get She's Country up here?
And
please?
same here. I would like to give my box up to Ivory Rose.
Okay, you all heard that. You all do that.
Ivory Rose knows.
I will put them in. I do just want to say one more thing to the person. Multiple people that are saying in the comments she's no victim. I just ask that you please research Stockholm Syndrome and Battered Woman Syndrome. They are very real. I personally stayed in a relationship for 13 years where I had my back broke, my hip broke, my eye socket broke, my ankle, my wrist. And I was too scared to leave at first, and then it just became part of normal life.
Hey, Joey. Hey, buddy.
I don't.
I just wanted to clarify for everybody in here. When I spoke to you last, Joey, could you tell them that how you met Gary Siders was because they lived in the trailer park next to you?
Yeah, they lived. Okay, we was on the end, 3687 Beaverville Pike. Got a blue, white one, and then you had the middle one. They lived 4 trailers down from us. That's how I met him, and he was working on a truck. That's how I met him. I didn't hang out with him. I didn't like him. I didn't hang out with him. My brother did. I didn't. Casey did. They all hung out with him.
Ivory, if you could please request a box. I'm not seeing you in here, love.
Hold on. Who? No, I'm not seeing it.
all right. So now I'm gonna play 139:56. I can't remember what they talk about here, but I'll play a little early.
It's true. Like it's very difficult, and for you guys being incarcerated, you can't show any vulnerability either. So you have to hide any of your mental health issues, or you're seen as a weakness, and not it's just your survival that you have to go through while you're in there makes a whole nother realm of a whole nother layer of what's going on in your life. And it takes years to come out of that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? And I know that it was brought up earlier, but I just wanted to see if we could get any confirmation on it. So you said that you had heard that the condition of the house really just got like that in the past couple of years.
We were told that it happened. We just received a message from a fake account today that said that they personally knew them and that within the past couple of months. And I mean, it is possible with 20 people living in a small home that it could happen, but I don't know if it's true or not. It could just honestly be some sick person just trying to get in to the DMs, and it could just be somebody completely insane. So I want to verify. I told them I want some form of proof that they've actually been around these people, and
yeah, I want some confirmation on that also.
Yeah, I won't believe it until I actually see it, because she said that everything was perfectly normal with the family and that they were fine, and that once Lynn's health declined and she couldn't keep up with the house anymore, that Gary Jr. completely took over everything and that everything just rapidly declined.
So another thing, they're saying that the Dollar General store person said that was years. Well, the thing is this, if someone is coming in every single night, only buying those 3 items every single night, why didn't they say something? Instead of getting on TikTok years later and saying, oh, well, they were only buying this. Well, why didn't you ever question that?
I think they need to release the footage, like the camera footage from Dollar General, because when situations like this happen, people want to get their 5 minutes of fame. So I feel like they need to release some kind of footage of at least Elizabeth and Gary Jr. in that store and purchasing these things. We don't know if this is true. This is just somebody that worked in a store saying that this is what happened. And I'm not calling her a liar. We just don't know.
I'd like to see too, like her demeanor, because in the arraignment, that was my immediate thing with her. Her demeanor, she comes off to me as somebody who's been in a situation where she's been manipulated and held, like, and I pointed out the bruise on her arm to Joey, because I had seen that like almost immediately. I saw it and I was like, that's odd. Like, that looks like to me like a restraint type of a thing. And she was just so broken.
Yeah.
Okay. So this next part is where they go on to say that so it'd be Elizabeth's parents too. Joey's parents won't talk to him anymore, and they kind of talk about that here.
I can't watch it when she comes in and sits down and moves the chair and looks up, and then that just shock. It's like she's not there.
Oh, hold on.
His parents.
I'll rewind it a little bit because that sounded interesting. Maybe I'll just play that through.
Very anxious and nervous.
She was like that when she would come around mom and dad too.
And a lot of times.
Here, I'll do it a little bit more. I thought that's where we picked up though. Okay, here we
So
go.
I feel like they need to release some kind of footage of at least Elizabeth and Gary Jr. in that store and purchasing these things. We don't know if this is true. This is just somebody that worked in a store saying that this is what happened. And I'm not calling her a liar. We just don't know.
I'd like to see too, like her demeanor, because in the arraignment, that was my immediate thing with her. Her demeanor, she comes off to me as somebody who's been in a situation where she's been manipulated and held, like, and I pointed out the bruise on her arm to Joey, because I had seen that like almost immediately. I saw it and I was like, that's odd. Like, that looks like to me like a restraint type of a thing. And she was just so broken.
Yeah, she was. Sorry.
Yeah, it just, no, you're good. Yeah, I would like to see the video, just if they were in there, like, was he keeping her from talking to people? Was he standing, did she have to walk behind him? Was she super quiet and meek? Like,
No, that woman has said that. The woman did say that Elizabeth never spoke, and she always looked nervous and anxious. And so did the people from the food bank. They also said she always looked very anxious and nervous.
She was like that when she would come around mom and dad too.
And a lot of times too, a lot of people were like, well, if they went out in public, why didn't she?
So I'm gonna put up here is Elizabeth and Joey's mom. Now remember, when Elizabeth was 15, all 4 parents signed off and let Gary, being 18, marry Elizabeth. So Elizabeth's mom and Elizabeth's dad, that's Elizabeth's and Joey's dad, they both signed off, and so did Gary's parents, Gary Sr. and Lynn. So this is Elizabeth's dad. There's his dad again, or her dad, Joey and Elizabeth's dad, and Jeremy's dad. There's Jeremy, the other brother. There's the dad. There's Jeremy. Okay, so that's the other brother, and then this is Joey, the one that's talking. Here's the dad again. Okay, so
Say something. Well, because she knows if she said something when she got back, even if they didn't make any reaction or do something right then, if she had done something, pass a note or a signal or something, and they come to the house later and start questioning the situation. The parents, if they had, which I'm sure they probably had some control in this situation, Gary Jr., they're well versed in how to manipulate situations. So she would be thinking, okay, if I try to get help, they're going to come out, they're going to question, they're going to spin the story to fit their narrative, and then I'm going to get in even deeper trouble because I was the reason that they got called out there. So that's why a lot of people, when, well, she was out in public, why didn't she say anything? Like, that gets asked about victims all the time. And that's why, because they're going to get in trouble worse if the person that's abusing them thinks that they're the reason that they got called out. And the amount of police and stuff that will listen to a DV victim half the time is another issue.
Very much so.
A good time.
Babe, there's a lot of people, I'm sorry, everybody in the comments. I was trying to let her finish talking. There's a lot of people in the comments that would like you to say some good memories you have of Elizabeth so you can try and humanize her a little bit for the world.
Oh yeah, we used to go on railroad tracks and play a lot. And go climb trees together. We used to do a lot together. Everything. Me and my sister would do everything. We'd walk down roads. We'd do everything. Me and my sister was inseparable. We'd do everything. There's all kinds of. There's
They
all
were
kinds.
kids when they got separated from each other.
Like me and my sister were best friends. Yeah. Me and her go fishing.
I know when I saw that picture of her from her younger years, like you could see the light in her eyes and like that she was just a fun, happy person. You could see that and you could see the change in it.
At that picture right there, she was an all-star cheerleader. She was an all-star cheerleader for Adaville, Tiger Creek, and she was going into River Valley, but she never made it to River Valley. She made it to Tiger Creek, 8th grade, and that was it.
And I seen somebody else ask about the trailer that they were living in. When they speak of the trailer they lived in, that was where they lived as children. That's where Joey and his sister and brother and parents lived as children prior to his parents getting the house that they live in now.
Yeah, their house was clean at that time. Like when I first met them, and I did go over the few times I did go over, they were clean people. They were actually clean people.
Even without the mugshot, even seeing her sitting there in court, like she just looks completely lost and defeated.
She does. She looks so scared. I can't even watch that. I can't watch it. No matter how much I try to, I can't watch it. When she comes in and sits down and moves the chair and looks up, and then that just shock. It's like she's not there.
His parents are not currently speaking to Joey because
I got cut off from the whole family. The whole family.
He is being too public about this and they don't like it. They want it to all just kind of go away. They want everyone to leave them alone. And they feel like he's bringing too much attention on them. But in the beginning, he was just trying to defend them and not necessarily defend his sister. I'm not going to say he was defending his sister. He wasn't by any means. He just wants to get to the bottom of what happened. And he has said if she goes through all of the psychological evaluations and it is proven that she was completely capable and she is completely competent, then he is going to cut all ties too. He wants her to receive the maximum sentence possible because of what happened to those kids. But he knows his sister. Everybody in the comments that are saying she's not a victim, she's a monster, he actually knows her. They spent their childhood together, and that's not the sister he knew.
No, when I see my sister, I had to look at it. I'm like, that's not, I ain't seen my sister in so long. I was like, it was like looking at a ghost.
If they do a eval on her and they come back and say that there's like absolutely nothing mentally there, I would ask them to get a second opinion because she's gonna have to have something. So just make sure you don't let them like, like I said, Ohio prisons aren't big on mental health, so I could see them getting somebody that's just there for the money.
I think the one attorney said it the best. I think Gary Sr.'s attorney said it the best, is that the public has already decided that all of these people are guilty. And people need to let the process work. People need to let the system work. But that's what I'm worried about too. I am so worried because it's such a high profile case. Are they just going to immediately try and get them done with this as fast as possible? Right. Get the correct evaluations.
I'm actually going to.
I don't know. I don't know Elizabeth's attorney, but I do know. I actually know Dorian. He was actually my ex's attorney for one of his cases, and he is a very like reasonable, nice person. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research on Elizabeth, but I will say he does. So he didn't surprise me. I wasn't surprised when he came out with that statement.
Oh man.
I feel like everybody just needs to let this system do its job. I feel like it needs to be closely monitored though, just to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. I think every single one of them needs a psych eval, 100%.
Absolutely.
But especially Elizabeth. We just want to make sure, like, what happened, what changed who she was as a person. She was a happy-go-lucky kid to being what you all seen in court and seen in her mugshot. I don't even try and go by the mugshot because that nobody would take a good mugshot. But just
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but somebody needs to block that Nina Rose. I'm not a mod.
Yes, indeed.
Hold on, I'm coming. Let me go find it. Where is it?
She said
I'm gonna speak on that,
between
though.
Samantha. She says, "Why are you not turning yourself in?"
I am going to speak on that. So Joey does have a very minor parole violation, and it is because he had to come help me take care of my dying father. I absolutely needed his help. He came to help me, and then he's turning himself in. He wants it to go away more than all of you want it to go away. He doesn't want to have a parole violation warrant. Like, everybody's saying he's like this big, super huge wanted fugitive. Joey's only got 3 more months left on his, and then he's completely done.
And I can attest that he openly admitted that to me as well.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
He didn't hold it back at all.
Joey has every intention to turn himself in, but my father just had 2 massive strokes. He went from being heavy machine operator to not even able to walk, to not able to go to the bathroom on his own, not able to feed himself. He can't even give himself medication. And I can only do so much when it comes to lifting my father because, like I said earlier, I've had my back and my hip broken. And there's permanent nerve damage and everything there. So I am very limited to what I can do. So Joey is here to help me so that I don't have to bring in people from outside. And once Joey goes, I'm going to still have to bring people from outside. But just until my dad gets through this initial, like, this all just happened. It had just happened right before he got out of jail. This Joey just got out of jail on May 9th. And he also does not, and Joey asked them to keep him in prison. They wanted him to go to a halfway house that's more of like a prison setting. And if you look into this place, it's filled with drugs. It's filled with all kinds of horrible things. He didn't want to go there. He wanted to stay in jail. So he wants to just get the jail time over with.
And that's the same thing with Ohio's halfway houses. They're horrible. I would rather my patients also be. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Ohio's horrible. Their halfway houses have more rugs in it than.
He was supposed to go to Elvis House, and Elvis House.
Oh God! Oh, that's the worst one. That's the worst one.
Right there in Ross. That's right behind the prison.
Even the COs told him, "Oh my goodness, that place is horrible.
It's horrible.
You're not cut out for that kind of place."
The one here in Columbus, they literally just like redid the whole thing. It's beautiful, but it doesn't matter. They're still like doing rugs in the bathroom every single day, every night.
Yeah, that's how it is there. And Joey is very anti-drug. If you ask any of the COs, Joey just did 9 months in prison for this same case. For not showing, because he does.
Yeah, because a violation, they'll send you back for
because he will not go to that halfway house. He just will not go.
This is the second time I've ran from Ohio. This is the second time trying to send me there. I got out of Lucasville, supposed to go there, ran for 4 years. They finally caught me.
And they don't, that's the one thing, like, people don't get how, like, when you guys have to go there, it's not, and you they keep you where you don't go get a job right away. They make certain restrictions on you, and like, it's just, and when you're surrounded by rugs every single day, every night, like, and you can't leave to go get a job, what else are you going to do? Like, it's horrible. That's one of my big goals, is to like get that, like, I want to get a whole, like, like a reintegration type system set up. Like, there's no like, when you come out, like, if somebody's been in there for 20 years, they'll just put them out on the street and like, okay, here you go. Well, like, I've had to help people set up cell phones before who were in prison before cell phones ever came out. And they're like, I don't know what this thing is. Like, what am I supposed to do? There's no transition at all.
Yes, my
Claire,
child.
he already addressed everything that happened with his children, and I am not going to make him redo it again. I guarantee you this is going to be replayed.
I just want to say one thing. What he did in his past, it has nothing to do with this case. It literally has nothing to do with it. And why people are so interested in what he did, find out what you did, because it ain't had nothing to do with that. It's just leave that alone. Why y'all bringing that up anyways?
Thank you.
Thank you, because they're nothing but a bunch of morons. That's
Joey's
why.
not out there committing more crimes and getting himself locked up repeatedly. Joey's case is almost 9 years old. Joey's case is very old. He did not want to go to the halfway house. And it is really saying something when somebody would rather go to prison than go to the place they're trying to send them to. Like, honestly, that place needs to get shut down. People are dying there constantly.
And it's attitudes like that like, people can't change from their past behavior, that like keep people from having to go back into the system, because they get looked at like, oh, that's what you did 20 years ago. Oh, well, I'm sure you're still the same person. No, some of the nicest guys I've met in my practices have been in prison for some really bad things, and they just were in a bad place in their life. They did something stupid and wrong, and they've grown from it. And there's so much, like, oh yeah, sorry, I get it. That's my little soapbox.
We have been live for 2 hours. We've gone over so many things. If people want to ask specific questions, I'm not going to have him repeat everything he's talked about. If anybody has any specific questions, please feel free to ask.
Who's that? Yeah, there's a couple people that's able to take the kids, but they're not going to take the kids. They wouldn't even take my kids when they were offered. When I went to prison, they wouldn't even take my kids. But they took my brother's kids, but they won't take me and my sister's kids. But they took my brother's kids.
And that's the thing, though. Joey was in prison. That's the only reason he does not have his children. The CPS workers went to the prison and said, because you're doing more than 11 months, we have no choice but to terminate your rights, and asked him to sign off willingly. His ex willingly signed the children over because she got into a new relationship. Am I right, babe? That's your story to tell. You go ahead and tell them that part.
That's where I was sitting in Lancaster prison, and
Put the thing down.
Oh, and they came and got me.
Garage, please.
They came and got me. Franklin County Children's Services and sheriffs did, and took me down to the thing. They were all sitting there, and they all signed they told me to sign this paper, and I was like, no. I said, what am I signing? I got to looking at it, was my rights to my kids. I said, no. Rachel had done signed it and everything. She signed the kids over because the guy that she was with, which she's not with now, she with someone else, she'd signed them over because he didn't want them. That's exactly, and I have prison records to prove that and everything.
If Joey didn't have to serve as much time as he did, he would have been given custody of his children. No, both families are not blood related.
No.
There was 2 cousins that got married to each other, but that was just a marriage, and that marriage is not even a thing anymore. There is no blood relation between the Siders and the Russells. Absolutely none, period. And there is no child from when she was 13. Joey was mistaken in the beginning when everything first happened. Everything was really overwhelming. His memory was a little messed up, and he got her age wrong. It was 14 that she got pregnant, not 13. He was off by a little bit.
Yeah, I admit that. I was off a little bit.
I'm trying to keep up with it, but the chat is going fast.
You're welcome here. I'm not going to say it. Kitty. There you go.
You see, everybody that's saying
I don't know if she is or not.
so horrible. None of you people know who Joey is. None of you know anything other than what you've read and speculated. Joey already explained the cases. Like, it's ridiculous. You have no idea what the case is. You have no idea who else already was charged and convicted for actually hurting the child.
I think
With
5
the
boys.
breaking of the arm, Joey already explained when he broke his son's arm, he was not charged with hurting a child for that because it was an accident. He went to lift his baby out. He was a first-time dad. He has big, strong hands. He went to lift his baby out of the car seat, and he accidentally broke his baby's arm. It was a complete accident. And he called the police on himself.
So that was one of the timestamps about how he accidentally broke his kid's arm because he has big hands and he take his kid out of the seat and accidentally broke it. Is that possible though? And the reason she's saying is because he has big hands and arms that he accidentally broke his kid's arm, and that he's the one that called the ambulance. So I don't know. I don't know though. I mean, are kids that fragile that can you accidentally break their arm just by taking them out of the seat? I don't know. I'm not a mother. I don't have kids of my own. I have held babies, not a ton. Like I have my little nephew, and I'm so careful. Like I feel like he's so fragile. I'm like so careful, like making sure I don't trip or like, but I don't know. And that's something different than the other one where the skull, uh, the brain like swelling and the skull hitting his head or whatever that he said was the mother. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure I had that time stamped. I hope I had that. Did you guys hear that? Maybe I didn't have. I don't know. I tried to highlight some of them. I didn't want to play the whole thing. So there's a couple instances. One the arm broke, and one the. I don't know. I mean, he said he's allowed to see his kids because that one he got an endangerment charge, but they fostered him out. But because his mother's the one that did that one where his head injury or whatever, they said he's allowed to see him though if he wanted to, but the mom isn't. So I don't know. Not gonna judge. I just until I learn more. But
I did.
Joey is not out here just abusing kids and hurting women and kids. He's not the monster that the internet is trying to paint him out to be. All of this happened. The reason Joey is getting outed as much as he is because when everything first happened, emotions were really high. He just found out about his sister. He just found out about his nieces and nephews. He was a wreck, and he's scrolling the FYP, and he found a podcast where there was a man screaming about him and yelling about his family and talking about how his whole family are scumbags. So yeah, he got really mad, and he went in there and he yelled at the guy. Well, then him and his little friend that always they go live together constantly. They both turned this into the Joey Lynch mob. They talk more about Joey than they do the case.
It's all right.
okay, so I just turned it on, but I'm not gonna be able to watch it now, and I can't live stream it while he's live streaming. I'll screen record it so I could see if there's anything interesting. I'm gonna put it in that room, and then I'll go. And what I feel though is I feel like, hold on 1 second, give me 1 minute. Actually, while I'm doing that, hold on, I'll play this other video real quick, and then I'm gonna get that set up. I'm gonna play parts of the arraignment, and then I'll explain what I was gonna say. Here, let's play this. be right back. I'll be right back, Zeke. I'll be right back.
Good morning. Am I correct in saying that both of you are named Gary Siders? And you are Mr. Siders the second? You're junior and you're senior? Sir, you're Mr. Siders senior? We're here today for an initial hearing in this case. Can you hear me okay? I need you to answer out loud because we're making a record. Sir, I need you to answer out loud as well. All right. The purpose of today's hearing is to advise you of the charges against you, to advise you of your rights, and to set a bond. Do you understand? All right.
Come on, Bubba. Come back.
Have you been served with copies of the complaints against you? Did you read them? Okay. Do you need me to read it to you again? I think that they've amended that and it's 16 now. Okay. Yes. And I should probably state for the record, now that I knew who they were bringing me, these are case numbers 26 CR 50 and 53. All right. Let's go over those together, all right? As a preliminary matter, are you okay with doing this by Zoom today? Are you okay with doing this through the computer today? All right. So, actually, there are 17 here. I apologize. There are 17 counts on one of these.
Do you think it's that he can't hear or he doesn't even know what's going on? I mean, I think a part of it is he can't hear. I mean, the hearing issue. But even when they're trying to tell him right there, it's like it almost seems like he doesn't know what's going on. I'd be interested to see when they get the DNA test back because wait a minute. Yeah, they'd be able to tell the difference between if it was the dad or his. Yeah, never mind. Because there's like people thinking, oh, could it be Gary Sr.'s? I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to come all back to Gary Jr. I think Gary Jr. is the culprit, in my opinion, just from what I know so far. But let's see how it all plays out.
Each of these counts is a second-degree felony count of endangering children, which is a violation of Ohio Revised Code 2919-22B1 and E2D. Each one of them alleges that on or about June 30th, 2026, that you did abuse a child under the age of 18 years old, and the violation resulted in serious physical harm to that child. Each count contains different initials indicating and birth dates indicating which child to whom it refers. Count 1 is CS, date of birth 5/30/2008. Count 2 is ZS, date of birth 8/17/2009. Count 3 is CS, date of birth 3/13/2011. Count 4 is KS, date of birth 3/28/2012. Count 5 is BS, date of birth 5/8/2013. Count 6 is GS3, date of birth 9/2/2014. Count 7 is LS, date of birth 5/25/2016. Count 8 is VS, date of birth 10/26/2017. Count 9 is JS, date of birth 10/27/2019. Count 10 is ES, date of birth 9/29/2020. Count 11 is NS, date of birth 2/10/22. Count 12, SS, date of birth 2/10/22.
I guess I could
Count
fast forward
13,
these,
alleges harm to John Doe, date of birth 1/21/25. That's John Doe A. There's John Doe B, date of birth 1/21/25. Count 15 is simply identified by first name Isaac, no date of birth at this time. Count 16, Isaiah, no date of birth at this time. Count 17, Wade, no date of birth at this time. Those are for you, Mr. Siders Jr., Mr. Siders Sr. Those are all the same.
Dang it. Oh. Oh.
Yes, that's, I suspected so, but I wanted to ensure. All right. Each of those felonies of the second degree is punishable by 2 to 8 years as a minimum sentence and a maximum sentence of 12 years in prison. A maximum fine of $15,000 and 18 months to 3 years of post-release control. Do you understand all that?
Sorry.
You have the following rights. You have the right to retain counsel, even if you intend to plead guilty. You have the right to a reasonable continuance in the proceedings to secure counsel. You have the right to have counsel assigned without cost to you if you are unable to afford counsel. You have the right to bail if the offense is bailable. We will come back to bail momentarily. You are not required to make a statement at any point in these proceedings, but anything you say can and may be used against you. You have the right to a speedy public jury trial. Do you understand? Also, because these cases have come before this court on a complaint rather than an indictment at this time, you would have the right to a preliminary hearing, and you can discuss that with counsel once counsel is appointed for you. Do you understand? All right. The JO has applications for court-appointed counsel there. You can fill those out and they'll submit them back to the court. You have 4 pleas available to you. A plea of guilty is a complete admission of your guilt. A not guilty plea is a complete denial of your guilt. A no contest plea is not an admission of guilt, but is an admission to the facts that underlie the complaint. If you plead no contest, the state would give me a statement of facts, and it would be up to the court to determine whether or not you were guilty of the charged offenses based on those facts. If the facts were not sufficient, I would find you not guilty. A plea of no contest cannot be used against you in any subsequent civil or criminal case, but you would have a criminal record if you were found guilty pursuant to a plea of no contest. A not guilty by reason of insanity plea must be made in writing. Do you understand those pleas? How do you plead? Yes, I will enter a not guilty plea for you at this time then, and you can confer with counsel. Okay? Mr. Siders, would you like me to enter a not guilty plea for you as well? Until you have the chance to speak with an attorney? I will do that. All right, I need to grab these forms actually. State's position as to bond.
It would be reflecting a $300,000 cash assured bond for each defendant under the court standard terms and conditions, including special conditions that they have no contact with each other as co-defendants, and they have no contact with the victims. And if they are able to somehow post bond, that GPS monitoring at their expense.
Gentlemen, do you have anything to say as to bond?
No, I think we want here.
They asked for a $300,000 cash or surety bond. And that if you are, and no contact with your co-defendants or with the alleged victims, and that if you are released on bond, that you be required to wear a GPS monitor. Do you have anything to say as to any of that? All right, I will grant the state's request then. It will be a $300,000 cash or surety bond. In the event, well, first of all, no contact with your co-defendants. Don't be speaking with each other there at the jail. If you are released, no contact with the alleged victims. Don't try to contact them from jail either. And you will be required to wear a GPS monitor at the state's expense. You would also be required to be a law-abiding citizen, keep the court informed of any address or telephone number changes, appear at all hearings, and have DNA and fingerprinting done if you've not done so already. Do you understand? All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
All right. Gentlemen, we'll get you attorneys appointed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Now they're going to go get the girls. Yeah, I have it from the court. I think the court papers. Plunder had it up on Facebook. I have that link that I still have a bunch of tabs of stuff I haven't went over yet. I should split it into 2 parts, but I'm always anxious. I want to just go through it all. Okay, so now we're going to watch Elizabeth and Lynn, Christina come in. Let's see what their demeanor, like Elizabeth, how she walks in. But you could send a mail us because maybe you have more court docs than because I haven't been on the site to get them or anything. But if you have them, that would be helpful. I have Plunder's link pulled up where she has some of the court docs, but maybe you have more. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mila. You are awesome. Oh wait, I missed her walking in. I just want to watch the whole time. Hold on. Just to kind of okay. Wait, so this is hold on. Okay, so that's Christina. Wonder who that lady is. Like just somebody that works at the jail, maybe. All right. Oh, she's coming in from up there. Okay. Let's see if that was really a bruise and not a shadow or anything. It looks like she washed her hair in jail because you
I'll
see
be right with you.
how greasy it was in the mug shot. I feel like it doesn't look as greasy now. She probably washed it. Because you know what? To be honest, they probably have way better living conditions in jail. They're probably almost like not even, you know what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, much cleaner, way better, sanitary and stuff compared to where they were at. Think about that. They took a step up, upgrade. Crazy. So here, right here, that bruise that people have been talking about. I don't know. And then she has, or does she have just something? Because look, she has something around her arm. Did they take like blood or something? Wonder if that's
Yes.
just like a band-aid. I don't know. Let's try to figure this out here.
I thought that was what they put in here.
It's the original.
What changed?
It's 16 counts, and we identified the kids with their actual dates of birth and removed so their names weren't listed on there. We used their initials then.
Okay, I'll change it to initials.
You ready to go get it?
Like, what is that? Do you think it is like blood work? Because you remember how they
I
do
apologize. The prosecutor went to get a piece of paper or some paperwork from the clerk's
DNA.
office. We will be ready to proceed in just one moment.
Yeah, that's what people were saying. Like, could it be from like constraints? Like, did he have her tied up or something? Because that would, if that is a bruise right there, that wouldn't be from handcuffs. Would be down here. But I'm almost
Did they
wondering
put
if
them behind the others?
I think they probably did.
if
I
she
think
has
that's why I
just
clicked through and found something different.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
they're there.
if it's something like this she
It's
has
no
on
big
her
deal. I
arm.
knew that they were filed. I just wasn't sure which one was the original and which one was the amended.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not a bruise. I'm not
I
saying.
thought
I'm
maybe they
just
just took the
wondering.
other one out.
I'm wondering.
All right. We are on the record in the Benton County Court of Common Pleas. These are case numbers 26 CR51 and 26 CR52.
Yeah, I'm wondering because now I almost see where it looks like, you know, when you have something like on your arm where you can see the indent where it kind of comes out where the edges are. It almost looks like you could kind of see it raised up right here. I think it's something like this that she has on her arm for blood because they were doing a DNA test. So that might not be a bruise after all.
Case 5-1 is the state of Ohio versus Christina Siders, and case 5-2 is the state of Ohio versus Elizabeth Siders. Is that the two of you? And ma'am, you on the left, you're Christina, and you're Elizabeth. Is that correct? All right. The purpose of today's hearing is to advise you of your rights and the charges against you and to set a bond. All right?
Where'd he go?
Have you received copies of the complaints against you? I believe that they filed an amended complaint this morning, which may differ slightly from what you received. They have gathered some additional information regarding dates of birth and initials for the children. So that would be the only difference. And also have revised the complaint from 17 counts to 16.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you have the opportunity to read that complaint?
Whoever posted that before, they didn't have the revised one. Because remember, I was like, wonder why they're 17. Is she pregnant? Because 16, is there one for each of the girls? Because they must have had it. I don't know. They revised it. So whoever posted that, they didn't correct it.
Okay. I'm going to go over it with
thank
you. Because
Yes,
these are serious allegations, and I think it's important that you understand what we are talking about, all right? These complaints are identical. They each contain 16 counts of endangering children, which is a violation of Revised Code 2919-22B1 and 2919-22E2D. All of those counts are felonies of the second degree. All of those accounts allege that you did in Hamden on or about June 30th, 2026, unlawfully abuse a child under the age of 18, and that violation resulted in serious physical harm to that child, okay? Each count is different in that it identifies a different child by initial and birthday. And so we will go through those quickly and then talk about the rest of what we need to address today, all right? Count 1 refers to CS, date of birth 5/30/2008. Count 2 refers to ZS, date of birth 8/17/2009. Count 3 refers to CS, date of birth 3/13/2011. Count 4 refers to KS, date of birth 3/28/2012. Count 5 refers to BS, date of birth 5/8/2013. Count 6 refers to GS3, date of birth 9/2/2014. Count 7 refers to LS, date of birth 5/25/2016. Count 8, VS, date of birth 10/26/17. Count 9, JS, date of birth 10/27/2019. Count 10, ES, date of birth 9/29/2020. Count 11, NS, date of birth 2/10/22. Count 12, SS, date of birth 2/10/22. Count 13, IS, date of birth 1/21/25. Count 14, IS, date of birth 1/21/25. I assume that those are two separate children that are perhaps twins. Count 15, BS, date of birth 1/4/24. Count 16, WS 1/4/24. Felonies of the second degree are punishable by a minimum sentence of 2 to 8 years in prison, a maximum sentence of 12 years, and a $15,000 maximum possible fine. They also carry the possibility of 18 months to 3 years of post-release control. Do you understand the charges against you? I need you to answer out loud because we're keeping a record. All right. Doesn't mean you agree with them. I just need to know that you understand what they are. You have the following rights. You have the right to retain counsel even if you intend to plead guilty. You have the right to a reasonable continuance in these proceedings to secure counsel. You have the right to have counsel assigned without cost to you if you are unable to afford counsel. You have the right to bail if the offense is bailable, and we will discuss bail momentarily. You are not required to make a statement at any point in these proceedings, but anything you say can and may be used against you. You have the right to a speedy public jury trial. Do you understand those rights? All right. The jail has applications for court-appointed counsel. If you wish to fill them out, they will send them back to the court. You have 4 pleas available to you. A guilty plea is a complete admission of your guilt. A not guilty plea is a complete denial of your guilt. A no contest plea is not an admission of guilt, but it is an admission to the facts that underlie the indictment. If you plead no contest, the state would give me a statement of facts, and it would be up to the court to determine whether or not you were guilty based on those facts. If the facts were not sufficient, I would find you not guilty. A plea of no contest cannot be used against you in any subsequent civil or criminal proceeding, but you would have a criminal record if you were convicted under a no contest plea. A plea of not guilty by reason of insanity must be made in writing. Do you understand these pleas? And how do you plead? Stop. First of all, I want to remind you of your right to remain silent. This is not the time for you to argue your case. These are serious allegations, and if you are unsure on what to do, I will enter a not guilty plea for you until you can consult with counsel. Okay? I also need to advise you that because these cases came before this court on a complaint, as opposed to through an indictment by the grand jury, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. And that's a matter you can discuss with counsel once they're appointed as well. All right? All right. So I will enter not guilty pleas for both of you at this time until you have the opportunity to discuss this case with counsel. State's position as to bond.
Your Honor, may I please report that this is the state's recommendation that $300,000 should be bond be imposed on each defendant based on the seriousness of the offenses that the court stated terms and conditions, including special conditions that they have in contact with the co-defendants, with each other, and with the victims, and that if they were able to post bond, that they would be subject to GPS.
Could you hear the prosecutor? The state is asking for a $300,000 cash or surety bond, and that if you are able to post bond, that you have no contact well, sorry, let me back up. Even if you're not able to post bond, they're asking that you have no contact with your co-defendants. That means each other. I presume the jail will keep you from having contact with the other two co-defendants if you remain in jail. No contact with the alleged victims of the offense, and if you are released, that you be fitted with a GPS monitor at state's expense. We also have general conditions of bond if you are released, which include that you be a law-abiding citizen, that you keep the court informed of any address or telephone number changes, that you appear at all court hearings, and that you get DNA and fingerprinting done if you have not already done so. Do you have anything to say as to bond? You can discuss with your attorney. They could file a motion to modify bond and the court will consider that at that time. Okay?
Wait, let me rewind that because I wasn't paying it. Hold on, I just want to. She seems more with it than I thought.
Do you have anything to say as to bond? You can discuss with your attorney. They could file a motion to modify bond and the court will consider that at that time. Okay? All right, is there anything else from anyone? All right, we'll get someone appointed as soon as possible. Thank you. Me too.
She seemed more coherent than I was imagining. I don't know what to think, guys. I'm kind of anxious in a way to see what they have to say about this. What did you guys think about it? Excuse me. Okay, I want to play. Wait, not that. I think this one just shows. Already played that. It just shows. Hold on a second. Oh, it just shows the discovery of 16 in rural Ohio. Seven were taken to the hospitals, including one who was critical condition when rushed to care Tuesday. Some windows and doors at the home in Hamden, about 60 miles from Columbus, have been boarded up. 4 people who are children, parents, and grandparents are face child endangerment charges. The one on the press conference, a defense lawyer is urging the public to withhold judgment and let the case play out. Child welfare officials have temporary custody of the children.
Wants to know if you can go into more details about.
Oh, sorry, we gotta watch this. So, what was I gonna say now? Hold on a second. Put this on, put this. During the press, I think it was during the press conference, the one guy said that if they would have waited another day, they might have been looking at another charges because a couple of the children may not have made it another day. Isn't that crazy? Like, that could have been murder charges. That'd be a murder if they didn't make it. Let me play this. This was the first responder interview. I haven't watched it yet. Have you guys? Put a 1 if you've seen it and a 2 if not. Let's check it out.
The facts of the case are horrible.
Oh, hold on. Let me put on. Okay. Wow. Oh my lordy, lordy, I can't. I'm just going through hold on. Just seeing what I haven't read yet. Okay, so let me do. I don't think I read this one here. This is Jeremy the brother, another post that he made. Um, remember, this is the brother that is more quiet. They say if you listen to all of Joey's live from last night, he talks about how Jeremy is like the golden child. He's like the favorite child. Um, so yeah. So he posts, I got a lot of friends now. So blessed. Anyone that knows me understands what I'm saying. LOL. My brother and everyone else with their immature self stay off Facebook. So ignorant. Arguing like children. She know what she did. End of story. I told her play victim. She said, you know, I would do anything for them children. Would ya? That's what I was thinking. Ended call. I'll see her when it's settled. So is he saying that he talked to her while she was in jail and told her to play victim? Am I understanding that right? Is that how you guys are taking it? But then in the same breath, he's saying, she knows what she did. I don't know. Um, and then here's the other two that Jeremy. I know I had read these all, but I'll read them again real quick. They're short. He says, Elizabeth's brother Jeremy says, got a lot of Facebook investigators, LOL. You're in for a ride. I've been telling you all. My remorse. I don't care. I really don't. That's sad. I tried many times. Ask my ex. She knows. I was the one harassing. I love my sister. However, everyone knew about it. I told everyone. Welfare supporters to the maximum. So state knows something. I don't get it. Just leave me alone. And then he posts, my sister just wrapped her life up. Due to indoctrination, it is 100% real. 20 kids and younger than me. The math equals. Immature piece of shit man involved. I met this dude a couple months ago. Shook my hand like a baby would. Super soft hands. Definitely never worked a day in his life. I should have took him out that night. I was thinking about it, but my sister, I was happy to see. So he's like, I was thinking about it, but my sister, I was happy to see. Oh, so yeah, when I was trying to go through that, I was reading that kind of wrong. So he definitely did see her that time. I read that wrong the first time. I'm glad I reread it. So he did a couple of months ago. It sounds like he saw his sister and him, Gary Jr. Because this has been 15 years, right? Because he's saying, look, listen, I met this dude a couple months ago. Shook my hand like a baby would. Super soft hands. Definitely never worked a day in his life. I should have took him out that night. I was thinking about it, but my sister, I was happy to see. Been 15 years. You lost touch with your family. Followed another look. Look what happened. To me, it sounded like he's seen them both a couple months ago. What the heck's going on? Why didn't you do some? I mean, he said he did, but like, I don't know. It's like, okay, he could call the cops or he called uh welfare. And I guess, I mean, I believe you go that route, you'll wait forever if you try to call uh the state, like try to do something with the CPS or whatever. I don't know. I think calling the cops would be the best thing. But I'm hearing two different stories. Okay, most people are saying, "Oh, it was the indecent exposure warrant." But if you listen to that arraignment, she had mentioned what did she say? A prior complaint about the kids or whatever. And I heard that somewhere else where it was a complaint about abuse with the kids. Somebody complained or something. I don't know if that's true or not, but what that judge said made me think that it was something like that too, maybe. But if that's the case, maybe it was him. Maybe their brother's complaint did get in. I don't know. I guess I should just wait till they release more stuff. And I don't know when that'll be. That might be a long time. Okay, so I also wanted to read this. I had put it up on screen earlier when I was playing Joey's live stream, but I didn't get to read it because I thought that was interesting. It says Elizabeth Siders was 15 when her parents and judge approved her marriage. By 33, she had given birth to 16 children. Okay. Marriage records obtained from the Mason County Courthouse. Whoa, what was that? Dang it, I wish I would have looked quicker. I swear I saw like a light, but it was like flying. Like, you know, like you see a lightning bug, like a piece of light that went and it flew back there, but I didn't look right away. Like I saw it out of the corner of my eye and I was just like, oh, I'll look in a minute. And then it was like, by the time I looked, it was gone. I know that doesn't make much sense, but I wish like as soon as I saw it, I followed it. Cause maybe did anybody else know? Wouldn't have got on camera. It was over here, dude. That was so weird. What the heck? I hope it goes again. You know when you see like orbs or whatever on the camera? But this time, I mean, I guess the orb's a little bit different. But you know how sometimes you'll see those little lights that kind of has the orb around it, that it's like a reflection off the camera or something? The heck, dude? I mean, this was with my naked eye. Or you know how when you have a fire in the ember, like you could see, like it was like a light, a piece of light that just went. Dang it, that was cool though. Anyway, okay. Marriage records obtained from the Mason County Courthouse in West Virginia reportedly show that Elizabeth married Gary Siders on March 31st, 2008, because Elizabeth was only 15. The marriage required, did I already read this? Required approval from her parents and the judge. The records list consent from her parents, Brian Ray Russell and Lori Ann Rains, as well as then Circuit Court Judge David Nybert. At the time of their marriage, Gary had reportedly completed the 9th grade, while Elizabeth had completed the 8th grade. Records indicated that they lived, no, I haven't read this to you guys yet. Okay, they lived 2 houses apart in Gallia County, Ohio. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. And I live in Ohio. I never heard of that county. Gallia? Gaia? I don't know. So they lived 2 houses apart. Elizabeth's attorney had since said she continued her education for a time, but left high school after the 11th grade. See, Joey says 8th grade was the last grade she went to. This person, the attorney, is saying that 11th grade. So who's, you know what I'm saying? Is Joey not remembering things and just saying things and it's, or is the attorney not being, I don't know. I'm not saying that Joey would be saying it purposely, knowing that it's not true, but maybe he's not remembering it right and he's thinking, oh, 8th grade, because he's thinking that after she had her first kid, she would have dropped out and that would have been in 8th grade. You know what I'm saying? He could be thinking like that. I don't know. Or maybe the attorney's wrong, but 11th grade, so that means she would have had a couple kids while she was going to school? Would that be right? She continued her education for a time, but left high school after the 11th grade. 18 years later, Elizabeth is 33, Gary is 36, and the couple is at the center of a child endangerment case that has shocked both investigators in the small village of Hampton. I don't know. That would have been hard. I mean, I would guess that like as soon as she had her first kid, but and married when she's 15, like how are you gonna take care of kids? And then I mean, who was it? Gary's parents that was I wonder if at first, like when Gary's parents, let's say they were, you know, younger and better off, and they maybe took care of some of the kids for a period, and then when they got kind of maybe dementia or whatever the heck's wrong with him, then that's when it just started. These two couldn't handle it or something. I don't know. It doesn't seem like Christina Lynn, Gary's mom, it doesn't seem like she's got dementia, at least from looking at her I know all we are is just looking at her in the arraignment, but like it doesn't seem like she's like disconnected. But I mean, you would. I mean, it's not enough just to look. So we'll see. But the dad, I feel like the senior, when you look at him, it's like, wow, he's doesn't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But the two girls, the mom and her, they seemed more like coherent than I thought, especially her, because I thought she was from this picture, I thought she was gonna be like kind of all out of it and dazed, but she seemed like she was more like understanding and more kind of, I don't know how to explain it. What do you guys think? Uh, okay, so and then what is this? Let me just scroll over. There is nothing the prison system can do to Elizabeth Sider that 16 live births and 5 fetal losses from ages 13 to 33 hasn't already done to her body, mind, and soul. Unimaginable horror. Free her. The thing is she's probably better off in jail. Her living conditions and everything is probably it is better off there than she was. You know, and if it is true, okay, so if it is true that she really did love her kids, but she just was manipulated and then couldn't mentally take care of them, then maybe, you know, she isn't better off in jail because she misses her kids and the thought of not having them could drive her nuts, you know. But if she could care less about them, she probably would be happier in jail, to be honest. Because I mean, either way, like living like that, like she should be happy that her kids are taken care of. But I know it's just it's the tough situation to be like, oh, you should be happy because look, well, yeah, because no, I could say that they would not have survived because we don't even know what we're gonna find out. Is there any essay going on? Like Gary, like the junior, was he doing anything with the kids? Who freaking knows what we're gonna find out? This might be worse than what we thought. I mean, how can it get any worse, I guess? I mean, once they release those pictures inside of the house, I have a feeling it's just going to be like horrible. I mean, but we're all having these thoughts of how bad, so we might be making it worse in our head, but I feel like we're not. I feel like it's going to be just as bad as what we're thinking, but I guess we'll see. Um, all right. All right. So let me see what else. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I think so too. I think in her head she thought so too. You know, but uh okay. So here is what's this? Law office. So this is one of their lawyers. It says, to whom it may concern, while this case has quite obviously received intense media attention and the accompanying speculation across the internet that comes with any story of that nature, the reality is that we are just at the beginning stages of this case. There has not even been an indictment filed against Mr. Siders yet. Merely a complaint, and then a day later, an amended complaint containing one fewer count than the complaint the previous day, which speaks to the extremely preliminary stage we are at. It has not escaped our notice that the state apparatus, from multiple state and local political figures to the interim state attorney general to the very prosecutor who is going to be presenting this case, have taken every opportunity to attempt to pre-try this case in the court of public opinion. However, it is also important to remember that Mr. Siders is entitled to the same presumption of innocence that every person charged in this county should and does enjoy. So while there is a little ability to stop all speculation, conjecture, or uncorroborated guesswork from taking place, I would ask that we all let the process play out. Irrespective of the sensationalist underpinnings of the allegations against Mr. Siders so that we, as his defense counsel, can be provided with whatever evidence the state allegedly has in order to give it a thorough review and determine if the state can meet their burden of proof, or alternatively, if Mr. Siders is actually not guilty of what is being alleged. And like I said, this is Gary's sister right here, Linda. The other ones, she's more on social media than the other ones from what I could find. What is this? This is a post she did. TikTok is great. Haha, so addicting. 2019. Wait, I have that video. Hold on. She does this video where this is taken from. I just screenshot it so I could have the date. But there's, okay, hold on a second. Here it is. Oh, wait, right here.
All you all that's talking about funding and invading Area 51, most y'all can't even find the G-spot at Area 69, so sit the fuck down.
Okay, so maybe you guys could do a little homework for me. Okay, so let me see. Let me play everything I wanted to play at the end. I want to have you guys do something for me. Let me play a couple more videos though that I have. I might as well. I had some up. Might as well play them all. Okay.
In that search yesterday, they were literally about to fall through the floor there.
So who is this family? Well, 10 TV's Carla Rogner has spent the day reaching out to relatives and digging through records to learn more about the Siders family.
She joins us now live from Gallia County. And Carla, you've been on top of this story since it first broke yesterday.
Yeah, what we learned through court records that a place they've spent a lot of time in is here in Gallipolis, Ohio. This is in Gallia County, but we spent the day going to some of their old addresses here and talking to neighbors, and no one recognized the family members, let alone knew there were children living inside those homes. This morning, the Vinton County prosecutor referred to Gary Sr. and Christina as the grandparents and said Elizabeth and Gary Jr. were parents, but would not say if Elizabeth was the mother of all 16 children. We learned through a marriage record from West Virginia that Gary Siders Jr. wed Elizabeth in 2008 when she was just 15 years old. That's the same year the first child was born. We looked through the family's criminal records. Aside from a few traffic issues, a DUI for Gary Sr. in 1998 was the most serious offense we could find. Authorities say the family bounced around southeastern Ohio, even Wisconsin, before landing in the Vinton County home, where authorities uncovered this house of horrors.
Just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids.
Yeah, right now, all 4 members of the Siders family are in jail on a $300,000 bond. Authorities said this morning the focus now turns towards getting justice for these 16 children. Reporting live in Gallia County, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
It's so important that they
Oh, I was on mute. Hold on. Oh, that's a long one. That's the whole press conference. I'm not going to watch that. One more couple minutes and then I'll do.
4 family members accused of putting the lives of 16 kids in danger are locked up tonight.
Now, Ohio's Attorney General calling it pure evil. The sheriff there of Vinton County, that's east of Cincinnati, saying that farm animals live in better conditions than the house where these children were discovered. So WLWT News 5's Todd Dykes live right now with what happened in court today and new details investigators just revealed. Todd?
Yeah, Mike and Tree, each of the 4 defendants is in jail tonight on a $300,000 cash bond. A judge in this courthouse behind me, that's a couple of hours east of Cincinnati, issued those bonds today. Also entered not guilty pleas on behalf of the 4 defendants. That was this morning. Then afterward, investigators painted a deeply disturbing picture of how they say those 16 kids have been living for the last 4 years.
And I've just never seen anything like I saw today. It really looked third world.
Inside this house in the small village of Hamden in Vinton County, investigators say 16 kids ranging in age from 1.5 to 18 suffered years of abuse.
Some of these children couldn't even speak. It was terrible. I mean, it looked like almost feral animals. It was.
Acting Attorney General Andy Wilson and Vinton County Sheriff said Gary Siders Sr., Gary Siders Jr., Christina Siders, and Elizabeth Siders hid the children in a roughly 12-foot by 12-foot room. All 4 Siders are now in jail, charged with felony child endangerment.
Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children.
Officials say deputies discovered the children on Tuesday while serving a warrant in a separate investigation.
In a weird way, you're hit with two emotions. There is joy when we realize that we're about to change 16 lives for the better. But you're also, it's hard.
Officials discussed the case after the Siders appeared in court, where Gary Jr.'s jaw dropped when the prosecutor asked for a hefty bond.
They asked for a $300,000 cash or surety bond.
Wilson batted down rumors of human trafficking, calling the case a family situation that was addressed quickly by investigators.
I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children.
Now, Gary Siders Sr. is 73 years old. He appeared in court today via Zoom in a wheelchair. Gary Jr. is 36. Christina Siders and Elizabeth Siders are 67 and 33, respectively. Reporting live here in Vinton County tonight, Todd Dykes, WWT News 5.
So, Todd.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. That's so sweet. Thank you for the super chat. You're a nice compliment. Makes me feel good. It makes me feel good. It really does, though. Because sometimes I doubt myself lately, especially I think because I haven't been as consistent. I've been kind of like busy with family and just doing other stuff, trying to just to be honest, this last year, I would say the last half a year, whatever, it's just been so depressing. This stuff's been getting me so down that it's been hard to just do it that much because it was getting to me. I've been doing this for 9 years and these cases are so depressing that it was so I've kind of been just taking some time and so now that I'm trying to get back, in the swing of things, because I've taken too much time off, if you've seen it in between my lives and how long, but I'm kind of have doubts, to kind of get back into it. It's ooh, you know what I'm saying? When you're away and you're not in the groove and you're just can I still do this? But thank you. My point is, thank you. The compliments help give me the confidence and motivation to keep on trucking. So, okay. Oh, one more thing, and then I want to have you guys just look at something for me, but I'll send you a link. But let me just go over one more thing. I think these are the court documents from today. Is Mayla's mom still here? So this is Plunder's Facebook. So she posted these. I think these are the ones from today. I know I usually just go on the site and get them myself, but I just you know what? I was on Facebook and I saw these, so I'm all right, save me some time here. So now comes the defendant by and through counsel and respectfully moves this honorable court to modify the bond, currently set at $300,000, to a recognizance bond only, or in the alternative, set an expedited oral hearing date on this motion. The reasons for granting this motion are set forth in the memorandum. So they're trying to get, the bond. $300,000. They don't, they're trying to get it lowered. On July 1st, the state filed an amended complaint naming the defendant and alleging 16 counts of endangering children, all felonies of the second degree. The defendant was arraigned July 1st. The bond was set at $300,000. The Eighth Amendment to the Constitution reads that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. Well, really? What do you think those 16 kids got? That's kind of freaking crazy. You're worried, right? they're worried about the excessive bail, cruel and unusual punishment when you look at, oh. Anyway, so they just, the modern practice of require a bail bond serves as additional assurance of the presence of an accused, and the bail set a figure higher than an amount reasonable calculated to fulfill this purpose is excessive. So they're basically trying to get the bail lower. It says the defendant in this matter, 73-year-old man, so this is the Gary Siders senior, who appears to have some significant health issues, who has very limited mobility, who exhibits concerns for both his mental health and his competency to stand trial, and has no means to post any sort of bond. The defendant has indicated that he will provide to the court every assurance necessary that he will appear to all hearings and comply with all orders and recommendations by whomever is assigned as his bond officer, should he be released, including wearing a GPS monitor and checking in with his bond officer in person at whatever frequency the court deems necessary or appropriate. While the defendant understands the charges alleged in the indictment are serious, the defendant has denied any and all allegations made against him in the amended complaint, and more importantly, has a vested interest in appearing for any hearings to clear his name. Furthermore, there has been no evidence provided by the state that the defendant poses a risk to himself or to the community. And given the nature of the charges and the actions undertaken by the state to remove all the children who are living in his home, there's no risk to any alleged victim of the charges that the defendant faces. The defendant assures the court that he will comply with any additional requirements that the probation department or this court may require of him, including being fitted with a GPS monitor weekly or more frequent, reporting to his bond officer, and living at a stable residence within the county or a surrounding county. Oh, who are you gonna live? You can't live in that house. I mean, that's a crime scene. So where would he live? Who's gonna take you? I don't know. I guess maybe one of his daughters. While it may be the case that in many cases some cash bond may be necessary to ensure the defendant appear as ordered, it is readily apparent that in this particular case, the defendant does not have the means to post any money as a bond, as the defendant is unemployed and indigent. And the very basis of the amended complaint was the defendant was living in a home that exhibited nothing short of extreme poverty. Given that, in the language of ORC, which clearly states that bond is only necessary to ensure defendant appears as ordered, maintaining only a recognizance bond should be more than sufficient to ensure that the defendant appears at all hearings. So they asked to reduce the bond, right? Now comes, oh, I swear they give, I swear that don't they deny it? I thought there was a court thing where it shows that the court denies it. I'm pretty sure, right? Maybe I should get on the court site, maybe for my next live. So, okay. So what I want you guys to check, I'm going to give you the link to their daughter's channel, which is Gary Jr.'s sister, because I want you to look at a video and tell me what you make out of it. Could this be, I mean, she says it's her family, so I'm thinking it's maybe her kid, but it almost seems like the way, I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl, I can't tell, but it almost seems like the way he's at this person, her kid's acting like it almost seems like they were like isolated or something. They're out at a restaurant and they're singing happy birthday to him or her. And at first I was like, oh my God, is that one of Elizabeth's kids maybe? But I was trying to look around to see if Elizabeth or Gary Jr. was there, which I don't think I see any of them. So I'm guessing it's one of her kids. But it seems like the kid almost seems like not able to be like social here. Let me show you. I mean, it might not be anything, but hold on one second. Let me bring it up. I'm just going to send you a link. And then next live, maybe you could tell me what you think about it and see if you find anything else interesting in our channel. Because I don't think it would be right to just, play some of the videos with her family, because I mean, it's not, the case isn't about her. Um, and the rest of it, most of her channel is her drawing. Okay. So I guess she's an artist. It's her like just drawing pictures and stuff. So hold on one second. Let me get it real quick. Oh, actually, what I'll do is I'll link the actual video that I want you guys to take a look, and then you guys could check out her channel and see if you find anything interesting. Okay. Hold on a second. Well, let me mute this. Where's the audio? Oh. All right. I mean, as you can see, here's some of her shorts. Like, so that's Gary's sister. That's Gary Sr.'s and Lynn's daughter, and Gary Jr.'s sister. But, so I mean, and there, I think he either has 3 or 4 sisters. Like I said, there's that picture of the 4 girls that I thought was all of his sisters, but then there's that picture of when they're younger. There's only 4 of them. So I don't know if the baby is the brother or if it's Gary's not in that picture or something. But these are all like not even her. Most of them I don't think are her talking. It's just a video. But I'm gonna send you. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Somebody just sent me something. Hold on. This might be interesting. Oh, I don't even have it say. Oh my God. I didn't even have it playing. That's Gary's sister. Hold on a second though. Somebody just sent me a link. I gotta check this out. Um, but here, hold on. Let me find. So yeah, I mean that's Gary's sister. I would like to see what she has to say about this. That's not her. Okay, so, see, so she does a lot of drawing. A lot of her shorts are like drawing. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Don't leave yet. I might have something interesting here. Who sent me that? The emails. Is that the same person? Yeah, it is the same. So that's Mail. Is that that's your email then, Mail's mom? Because it's a different name. All right. Hold on. Let me take this off. Let me send you the video. Actually, go watch it now while I'm looking at this links to these other channels. And let me know what you make out of this video. Hold on. Let me show you. I'm going to send you the link to the one I'm talking about. Right here. Let me see if there's any more. This is the one I'm just curious. Hold on. There's another one I want to watch. Okay, let me share this. All right, this video right here. Tell me what you make out of it. Like the if it's the daughter or son's birthday that they're singing to, like just kind of I put the link in there. Now hold on. Well, give me 1 second. I want to see what this is about. I just want to Okay, hold on a second. Thanks for sending me that. I want to look at the other. Hold on one second. Mayla's mom, are you in here? Do you think that would be okay to play that video? What do you think? Oh, okay. I love that. All right. What do you think, though? That's interesting to see, like, so it makes me think that it wasn't like these kids, whatever happened the last few years in this house, that it wasn't like always like that. You know what I'm saying? This was 10 years ago, so that means he would be, wow, he'd be kind of old by now. But do you think that'd be okay to play? I don't know. Like, I'm so like, wondering because, I'm extra doubtful on stuff because it's like, hold on, let me look at this real quick. Let me share this. Let's look at because does it show if they're sons? Well, these ones show the names that you could tell they're girls. So the 3 oldest are girls. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 oldest are girls. I bet you that's this one because, hold on, let me think here. 2014. Let me see what year that is. 20. No. Well, wait, that don't even make sense. Because he looks like he's older than 1, right there, Mayla's mom? That kid talking? Yeah. So how can this be her? This can't be her kid then. Unless if one of these is a boy. Because Chloe's a girl. Zoe's probably a girl, right? Oh, thank you for gifting that, Melody Kunkel. Thank you. I'm trying to figure this out. If that is maybe not one of her kids. This could be a different Elizabeth's. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's there. I mean, that's a common name. So I wonder if that's not even. You know what? I'm not gonna play it because that might be somebody else's son. That might not even be because it's not adding up. Because even if it's her firstborn, but I guarantee that is the one that they were talking about, Joey and his wife. I guarantee that's the one that was sent to them. They thought it was related, but I'm doubting that that's the same. I'm doubting it because it's just not adding up. So Tyler, hold on. Because just because I get just because it was posted in no, not subscribe. Why did I subscribe? Okay. Just because it was posted in 2015, I get that doesn't mean that it was made in 2015, but at least the earliest it could be is that. Does that make sense? So if the first guy was born 2014, the oldest he could be is 1 at the time. Isn't that this is a boy, right? Even though Joey and his wife said it's a boy. Am I making sense? So this this son would be, wait, 7. Oh, it could match this son. It could be this one, right? Yeah, I mean, it could possibly be her son she had with the other guy, but I was under the impression that he didn't live with them because they say that the oldest kid there is 18, right? Which is Chloe. So I'm under the impression that the first one wouldn't, because the first one would be, 20. So, but it could be him, but that means he would be living somewhere else. So we can't really be like, oh, look, they're living okay, because it wouldn't even be them. Am I making sense? Yeah, so I'm not gonna play it because I'm not even sure that's the right person, and that would be bad if it gets around that that's her kid and it's somebody else's son. Not till I'm sure. Anyway, what did you guys make out of that video though? Linda's, when they're singing happy birthday. Yeah, no, I know. And it could be it would match up. It could be the one with Tyler. I agree. It could be. But then that would mean, yeah, they said she had, yup, you're right. That's what I'm saying. That's this one right here. Um and I don't think his name's Tyler. Isn't it the guy's name's Tyler that she was with? I thought that's what Joey said. His name was Tyler, not the boy. I don't know. Not necessarily kid's name. I thought he was saying that whatever it may be, even if it is that one, then it doesn't really tell us much about their living conditions, because it would be he's living with somebody else. Like I said, let me play it out and see if we find out it for sure is, then maybe it'd be appropriate to play, but nah, I can't do it not knowing. Um, yeah, this is Gary's sister. We could listen to this real quick. I don't even know. What does it say? This is just her. So this truth must be told. Let's see what she has to say. Okay, so the link I sent was not the boy. It was the one with the Lindas. I just was curious what you guys made out of it, because I don't know. But thank you, Mela. You're right. That is, I know that's the one that they were talking about, that somebody else sent them. So other people were finding this stuff. They probably put in her name and found it and sending it to them. And because they're not even aware of who Elizabeth's kids are, and I don't think they're put in a timeline to see that, no, it doesn't match up with that one. You know what I'm saying? That they don't know. So I guarantee that's what she was talking about though. So there we go. I was so curious because like I want to see it, but yeah, Mela, you found it. Thank you. Um, I'm muted. I'm not muted. You guys can't hear me? Nothing's muted though. Can you hear me? What the heck? Is everything okay? Oh, did my audio get turned off? Oh, geez. I think because I had I don't know. I don't know what I did. Sorry. Dang it. Hold on. I could play. Do you guys even want to hear it? It was just, I don't even know what she was talking about, Trump or something, or not Trump. No, I don't even know. Here, I don't know if you guys want to hear it. It's really not. I don't even know why I played it, but now I feel bad because here, if you guys want to hear it.
Hey
That's
guys,
Gary's sister.
I
Hold
have to
on.
use my back camera
Can
because
you
my
hear it
front one
now?
is busted. I was um, looking up some stuff, and there's a report called the Global 2000 Report wanting to get the population down to 100 million people by 2050. And if you actually look at that stuff, you know that's happening now. All the drug overdoses and the fires, and you know there's just a lot of different stuff going on that the public doesn't even really notice or want to notice. But yeah, guys, we need to band together and stick together and get everybody aware of the truth and what's really going on and what all the government's got hidden, everything. So yeah, if you have a channel that you want me to support, let me know what it is and I'll support you guys. But yeah, God, we really need to stand together and get the truth out. It's time. See you guys later. Bye.
Yeah, but then I was just thinking maybe he was autistic or something. Was it a boy? Because the thing is my first thought, I was like, is that one of Elizabeth's kids that's not used to, was been in a room by himself or her and just hasn't been out, so he's out and doesn't overstimulated. But now that I'm thinking, he could just be autistic, or he or she. And it probably isn't, it probably is Linda's kid, right? I was hoping they would say a name when they sing happy birthday, but it is sad in a way, but I, I can't tell if he's happy, like if it's like kind of like a happy thing, like he's like, oh, and is happy, is he? And the part of me thinks he's like crying because he's like happy because they're all singing happy birthday. It almost seems like he might be crying. So it could be a happy thing or like not used to it, but it just makes me wonder, like, because we're all having thoughts. Like, I'm sure as far as like, is Gary and Lynn, were they good parents to their kids? You know how you kind of repeat the cycle. Is that where Gary Jr. learned it from, or Gary Jr. just no? Maybe they were fine. It does look like the sisters. I mean, I guess you can't really tell. Like, you can't look at somebody and be like, oh, they didn't go through any abuse when they're younger. Like you can't, when you see them as an adult, you can't tell just by looking at people. So I guess I shouldn't assume, you see his sisters and they look like just normal people, like, oh, they must not have had any, issues growing up. That doesn't mean that. So I just wonder. I haven't heard anything from them. I think Linda, when I checked earlier, when I first started the live, it looked like she either made her Facebook private. It's not coming up anymore because I'm sure she was starting to get harassed because that's what people do. They go on your sites, they go to all the family members and they act like they're all to blame. You know what I'm saying? Without knowing. So I bet you they were going on her site, calling her names, harassing her because what her brother did, which isn't right because she's not her brother. None of them are, so just because her brother may have done some horrible things doesn't mean the whole family did. You know what I'm saying? So I hate how that's what social media does. Not all of us. There's a lot of good people, you know, but there's so many of those people that do that. I just don't like that. I don't. Um yeah. That's what I'm wondering. See, I'm wondering like that's what I initially thought, probably covered in dog hair. I really did, but then like I said, if that's Linda's kid, then I mean, I mean, hopefully she's not doing the same thing to them, because you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, no, maybe just something else. Now if it was Elizabeth and Gary's kid and we knew that, then it would be like, but I don't know why my head went there, and then I was thinking, oh, is that, are they celebrating one of their kids and they're all out? Because it's not really clear who that is. So I was looking around, and the guy that's sitting next to him or her, is it a guy? Is it a boy's birthday? I don't know. But the guy that's sitting next to the kid's birthday, I was trying to like make out like who is that, but it look like anybody familiar. It doesn't look like Gary, right? And then there's somebody, a kid, like a guy, almost like maybe a teenager, right, sitting across from him. So it might just be Linda's kids. Anyway, yeah. I hope they all find good homes. Well, we know the 3 oldest girls are all together. At least if that girl that commented is being honest, she is somebody that was the foster mom said that she had Elizabeth's 3 oldest kids, but she also said that that Elizabeth was currently pregnant, that the girl, so if this girl's legit and she's being honest and she really is the foster mom to the 3 oldest kids, then did the oldest kids tell her that their mom was pregnant currently? Because she said, and her mom's pregnant now. And that they're all siblings. They're all, from the same dad and mom, is what she made it seem like. But people, that's why it's hard to trust everybody that posts, because some people will just make up lies just to have people like, I get almost sometimes I feel like it's just to see how far it'll go. Let's see if, people will buy it and start repeating it, or get the attention that they're getting, or just to be like, not evil, but just like, but I mean, maybe she's legit. Maybe she is their foster mom. I hope. I mean, I'm hopefully that, I'm thinking probably, but then that means that Elizabeth was pregnant though. So I don't know. Wait, did I already go over this? What is this one? Oh, this is the indecent, public indecency that Gary Siders Jr. got. Um, Wait, what's going on? One of the, oh, really? Okay. That's why I wanted your guys' input on that. Anybody else watch it? I'm gonna have to rewatch it, put it in the editor and see. Because, I mean, what if it is one of their kids? That would be crazy. What doesn't show up, Tracy? Oh, you guys. Are you guys on the vertical? Remember, I have vertical and horizontal. So maybe you're on the opposite of whatever the super chat was. Is that what you guys are saying? Wait, so yeah, Melody Kunkel, I saw yours. Trace, thank you. And Tracy, I seen yours. Thank you. Probably covered in dog hair. I saw yours. Didn't I? Wait, hold on. Maybe I didn't thank you. Thank you. I feel like I didn't. Oh, thank you so much. Or did I? That was an hour ago. Maybe I did. I don't know. I just thought this said 12:53. That's what I was like, wait, 10 minutes ago. So, I probably did that. Thank you again. And then we have Beautiful Mess, 42 months, and Nisabi. You guys are awesome. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here. Oh, on the iPhone? But you're sure that it's not like because one's vertical and one's horizontal, so you were on the opposite of what the gift. So whoever gift memberships, if they're on horizontal, gifting the membership, it's not going to show up on the vertical, and vice versa. So whatever, which one are you watching it with? It could be just that. Am I making sense? Because there's two different lives going on. There's one that goes up to the vertical shorts side, and then one's going horizontal. So it's actually really two lives. So if somebody super chats in one, I get to see them all because I'm running through StreamYard. So I'll be able to see them all together, but you guys will only see whatever one you're at, if that makes sense. Oh, you did? Oh, I don't know. Tracy? Huh. Don't tell me the iPhone, like, don't tell me the new updates on iPhone has a stupid thing like that. I don't know. Um, hmm, very interesting. But it is getting hot here because I don't like to turn on my air because it's loud. So if you guys are new here, kind of new, like this studio room that I use for my channel, the vent doesn't work, and we called our air conditioning people in, what, 2 years ago maybe, or last year, and they said it looks like it's turned off, the vent, like the people that installed the air somehow turned it off, because he says, but in order to check it and see and fix it or whatever it is, he doesn't even know what it is for sure, he'd have to bust out the wall, like bust a hole in the wall. It's like, so no. So I just bought I had this portable air that I was using in my room to sleep because upstairs is just hot. So I bring it in here and it's so loud that I don't like to turn it on. Well, you guys say you don't hear it, but when I play it, because I've tested it, it makes the mic just, I can't explain it, but I could tell the difference. And I'm just like, I'm weird about it. I want it to be as perfect as it can, but I don't know as far as that. How did I go from air conditioned to the super chats in the iPhone? Oh, because I said I'm hot. Okay. Um, I said I'm gonna end it because I was hot. That's why I brought it up. Um, but are you saying that I don't understand? Are you saying that you didn't see when somebody gifted it? Or are you saying you're trying to do it and it's not showing up? Jet Blackberry, hey girl. I saw you pop in a little bit earlier and I forgot to say hi. I saw it and I think I put you up on screen, but I didn't say hi. Hello. Explain it though, you guys. Are you saying that it's not like you're doing it right now and it's not showing up? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying you're trying to do it and it's not coming up? Because I thought you were saying that when I thanked somebody for the gifted membership that it didn't show up, that you didn't see it on yours. Oh, let me see my iPhone because that could be an issue if, hold on, hold on. I have an iPhone, so let me see. Are you on the vertical or horizontal? Because I'm going to try on, I could try on both. And wait, since it's my channel, I'm trying to think if it's going to be different. Let me see. Hold on. Where do you even do it? Oh, wait. Where do you even do it? Send a gift. I see the gift. So you're trying to do a gift membership. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can figure this out. If you do, I remember sometimes people have membership, unlock members only perks. Yeah. Oh, wait. Are you trying to be a member or a gifted member? I see where you could be a member, but let me see something. Loyalty, join. Virtual, yeah. Huh. Like, yeah, where do you do the gifted? Wonder if you join, then it will give you the. No. Huh. That's true. How do you gift it? Oh, you have to allow gifted memberships. So you might have to go in and do it again because I have to go in and do it again. So you go to the three dots, go to the membership, the little hold on. If you go to the money sign on the bottom, okay, and then go to unlock members perks, okay. Oh shoot, it just did something. Gosh darn it. Hold on, what just happened? I'm doing it on vertical right now, but I don't even know what the heck just happened. Shoot. I found where it was, at least on the vertical. So when you're under the membership, hold on, let me bring it up. You have to allow gifted membership. But don't you have to allow it to even gift it or no? I was thinking you would have to do that first and then you could do. No, but I wonder if you have to allow it to be able to gift it. Does that make sense? All things hope. Super chat for Melody. Thanks for the membership. Wait, what? Huh. Wait, what's going on? Hold on, you guys are confusing me. Wait. Because Melody, you gifted one earlier. Are you? Oh yeah, you are saying that. I just wonder if you have to. No, you didn't do one. You didn't do anything wrong. At first, I was thinking you were the ones. No, they're having trouble gifting it, and I was like, okay, so Melanie did one earlier. Um. Oh. Hold on. I lost. Hold on. I'm trying to get to my live. Okay, let me see. Because I have an iPhone too, so I'm gonna see if I could. I feel like you have to allow it though. I don't know why. I feel like you would have to allow it to be able to do it. Let's see. Okay. Money. What if you do? Okay, gifts. I don't know why I'm thinking. Well, maybe it's under super chats. No. It has to be that then. You have to, I bet you have to accept it. Let's see. You do this, membership. Okay. Um, see, I'm on the horizontal. Let's see if. Okay, so I'm pressing the three dots. Once you do the, okay, gift, you go to membership, buy membership, the three dots. Let's see. Gift membership settings. See, it even says gift membership settings. If you go to gift membership settings, I just think you have to do that to even do it. I'm going to turn it on and I want to see if that lets me. It probably is not going to do anything. Okay, so it's allowing me to get them. Now let's see. How is anybody else able to do it? The heck? You're right, it didn't help. Let me look into it. I don't know. Because it's different now. It looks different than what it used to be. Huh. I don't know, guys. Yeah, I have mine allowed. The heck? I'll have to figure it out, guys. I don't know how to do it. Is Android you're able to do it? Mine was on and you can't. No, I know. I just turned mine on and it's your Android. So what if it's the new update with iPhones? You know how sometimes there's an update and it's somewhere else. There's got to be a way somewhere, but I remember there was this one time there's an update that it was issued just to even get to the memberships. Remember? Anyway, I'm gonna go, guys. Oh my god, 4 hours and 21. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I wish, I don't know. Anybody, if anybody figures it out, let me know. Because we need to learn how to do that. Wait, now my gift is spinning. Hold on a second. It should be like send a gift. It should be under that because you are sending a gift. It's a membership. But it's not. I feel like it's like somewhere we're just not seeing it. Oh, wait. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's like something we're missing. Unlock. It's got to be under the memberships. You guys got me like wanting to figure this out. I don't know. I gotta go. No, level 1 is $4.99, Casey. I don't know why yours is saying $9.99. Mine says $4.99. I don't even have a $9.99 one. What do you mean? None of mine are $9.99. Maybe if you gift them. Because I remember Stacy telling me gifting, I don't know, the gifting pricing is different for some reason. I remember her saying something about $9.99 for gifting. But that means you're finding gifting? Casey, you must be under the gifting. Help us out then. I don't know. Anyway, guys, thank you for coming. You guys rocky, rockety, rocky, rock, rock. If you guys have any more information you come across on this case, send it my way. Yeah, Melanie. I mean, do you have Android? You said you have iPhones. Maybe we got the update and, or maybe we're just not typing the right thing. Are you on a computer? Oh no, you said you were on the phone, right? No, Casey, I just answered. That's what I was talking about. No, $4.99. That's what I was just talking about. I think you're $9.99 because you're under the gifting, Casey. That's what I'm saying. You must be under the gifting part because the gifting's $9.99. That's what Stacy had told me. I don't know why it's different, but my lowest, because I think yours two or something, but my lowest is $4.99. It's not $9.99. So but yours is I bet you gifting. Yeah, yours is gifting. Well, how did you find the gifting? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why I have no control over that. I don't know why it's set up like that. I really don't. It's just the way it is. I mean, I wish they gave us control over that kind of stuff, but I mean, we only set what our things, but then I don't know why they make them more to gift. I don't know. It never used to be like that. I remember, it started a couple months ago because I remember Stacy asked me, she's like, did you up your, did you increase your price for membership? I'm like, no, why? And she's like, it's $9.99. I'm like, no, it's not. And then she went through and we figured out it was gifting is like that. And because they redid it, it was right around the time where I got an email where they were changing some things about. That's what it was, Casey. I got an email and it was talking about how in different countries they went and they basically said that the prices, that's like an inflation thing or something, but I didn't understand that they were going to make gifting memberships more, but it was like they took something, they were taking statistics from different countries and showed you these graphs and it was confusing, but they figured out certain prices for where you live or something, and that was the price that I guess they figured out on that. And I don't know why. It makes no sense that it's more than the thing. I don't know. I forget exactly what the email said, but I'll have to try to find it. I'm sorry. I know it should be like we're the creator, so it's like it sucks that I'm saying like I don't know why I have no, but I don't like YouTube does that part. I don't know why they did that like that. It should just be what I do. But I have a question like before that it was just the price of one memberships, or did they always charge you a little bit extra for the gifting option or something? I don't know. But I'm sure it's still, I would hope that we would still get the same percentage of it, because I would hope that they just aren't charging almost double and then they get to keep the excess amount. I'm hoping it somehow benefits the creator, which I think I'll have to look into that. I always have to find the email, but I'm guessing that we still get to keep, like we, how do I word it? It's not just them, like the creator is getting to keep the extra percent. You know what I'm saying? However much percentage we get off of each membership, I'm hoping that we get to keep that. Because that would be kind of messed up if they're going to charge more and they're pocketing it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, YouTube? But I don't know. Wait, oh, my new phone. Ooh. Galaxy S23. When I got the iPhone, when I moved back from Colorado and was able to get a phone, I wanted like an Android. But at the time, if you guys know my story, like I moved back with my parents and didn't have a job. It was home, whatever. Came from Colorado homeless, moved me back, didn't have a job. So I was going to be on a family plan with my parents. So I didn't want to, me and my dad, there was a buy one, get one free for iPhones. And I think they had like a deal of 2 Galaxies too. So I was like, oh, or Androids, whatever. I think Galaxy. I was like, oh, I really want an Android because I always had an iPhone. I really wanted an Android because I heard, the data you get more. I just wanted something different. And my dad was like, we can, but I felt bad because he's like, but I was like, what would you pick? He's like, I can't, my dad's like, I want an iPhone because I'm just used to it. My dad's like, I already know how to use it. So I was like, I felt bad. Like, I'm not gonna, because it was like a 2-for-1 either way. And I was like, I feel bad if I get a Galaxy and then he hates it and he's the one getting it for me. Now this wasn't this phone, this was like a couple phones back, when I didn't have a job. And so I just like, okay, we'll just get an iPhone because I didn't want it. Like, I was like, what if you hate it and then you're letting me pick and you really prefer an iPhone because you know how to use it? And so I couldn't do that to him. But then I just stuck with the iPhone after that. But one of these days I'll go Android. One of these days, guys. Who's an Android lover over here over iPhones? Put a 1 if you're Android. We should have a talk about that one night on a live, on a wind down of like people's input on the phones, because I wouldn't mind switching soon. One of these, my next phone. which is probably gonna be kind of soon. Are you guys still here? iPhone. Hold on a second. Anyway. I don't know, guys. All right, I'm gonna go. Bye, everybody. Wait, Hope, do I have? Hold on a second. Yeah, I do. Okay. Hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll just message. I'm getting confused on. I don't know. I have your number, right, Hope? Why am I getting mixed up with who I have now? I have so many of these, I don't even know all these numbers that don't have names. I have your phone number, right? I'm trying to find it here. Do I? Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye, guys.